of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee at any point. The committee is meeting today to consider a collection of 9 significant legislative proposals. These bills underscore the committee's commitment to the education, safety, and security of our children and our communities. Seeing as we have a packed agenda before us, I will quickly introduce each bill and highlight its importance, though without respect to the particular order in which the specific pieces of legislation will be considered. On the agenda is Representative Mary Miller's, Republican of Illinois, Title IX Congressional Review Act, CRA, resolution of disapproval. This resolution does nothing more than reinforce a biological and common sense reality that we all know deep down is true. Women should be safe in intimate spaces, and men should not compete in women's sports. Sex differences are biological, an inescapable fact acknowledged by most Americans. The Biden rule to allow men to intrude into women's spaces and take opportunities away from women is deeply unsettling and, frankly, unnatural. Moreover, the rule sets an uneasy precedent. Where does the destruction and erasure of women's spaces end? The softball field, the locker room, the bathroom, the prison cell. We should reject this aberration of an executive action and instead support Representative Miller's CRA resolution that would strengthen Title IX protections for young females. We will also consider a tranche of 3 bills aimed at protecting American values and interests from foreign interference. I want to thank Republican Study Committee Chair Kevin Hern for introducing the first of the 3. The Protect Our Kids Act, or H.R. 6816. This bill addresses the urgent need to safeguard children from undue foreign influence by proposing a cut to all K-12 funding from the Chinese Communist Party. Building on the Protect Our Kids Act, the Combating the Lies of Authoritarians in Schools Systems Act, or the CLASS Act, authored by Representative David Joyce and Representative Elise Stefanik, would require the disclosure of all foreign funding to K-12 schools. Under this bipartisan bill, K-12 schools would send the name, country, amount, and other pertinent foreign funding details to the Secretary of Education. We will also be marking up a bill introduced by Representative Aaron Bean, the Transparency in Reporting of Adversarial Contributions to Education Act, TRACE Act, H.R. 8649. This bill would enshrine parents' rights to know about any foreign government funding and influence that could potentially be impacting their K-12 child's education. Parents will have the right to review curricula provided by foreign governments and be informed of any contracts or financial agreements with foreign entities of concern. This transparency empowers parents, a key theme of the committee's work. These 3 bills act like bricks in a wall. Together, their individual nuances will help fortify a solid legislative structure to combat malignant foreign influence. We will also be marking up a pair of bills as part of the committee's ongoing effort to stamp out anti-Semitism. First, H.R. 8648, the Civil Rights Protection Act of 2024, was introduced by Representative Lori Chavez DeRemer. This bill requires institutions to be transparent about their Title VI investigations and establishes minimum standards for these processes. It also outlines additional requirements for the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights when investigating Title VI claims, ensuring thorough and fair investigations of discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. Moving on, we will mark up H.R. 8606, the Never Again Education Reauthorization and Study Act of 2024, introduced by Representative Buddy Carter. October 7 was the worst day in Jewish history since the Holocaust, and H.R. 8606 will ensure that the lessons of history are not forgotten in these troubling times. First, the bill commissions a study on Holocaust education in public schools. Moreover, it will extend the United States Holocaust Museum's efforts to disseminate Holocaust education resources through fiscal year 2030. Also on the agenda is H.R. 7227, the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies Act, which establishes a commission to investigate and address the historical impacts of Indian boarding school policies. This commission will be a bipartisan effort to unearth the jarring history of Indian boarding schools and their potential violations of American Indian rights. We'll mark up H.R. 8534, Representative Bob Good's Protecting Student Athletes Economic Freedom Act. This bill safeguards the economic freedom of student athletes from misclassification by NLRB bureaucrats. Athletes deserve the freedom to play the sport they love and receive a high-quality education at the same time. Reclassifying these athletes as employees could undermine that freedom and threaten their academic journeys, turning the sports they love into a chore instead. The final item on the agenda is H.R. 618, the Improving Access to Workers' Compensation for Injured Federal Workers Act, sponsored by Representative Tim Walberg. Representative Walberg has been a consistent fighter for workers' rights, and this bill builds on that legacy by extending access to the Federal Employees Compensation Act program to services performed by physician assistants and nurse practitioners. The absence of these services is a glaring gap in the current federal workers' compensation system, and this bill presents an opportunity to rectify the law with medical reality. A physician is not always available or necessary for many medical services. The bill would increase access to care for federal workers, especially in rural areas, so that they can receive treatment and get back to work faster. Together, these 9 bills express the commitment of the committee to enhancing the safety, security, and rights of students, parents, and workers across our nation. I've often said that no committee speaks to issues impacting everyday Americans quite like the Committee on Education and the Workforce, and today's wide-ranging markup from K-12 education to federal workers' compensation is more proof of just that. Thank you. With that, I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Today, the committee is considering 9 bills, and I'm pleased that the committee has decided to take up several bipartisan bills, one of which improves the lives of our country's frontline healthcare workers, and the other that seeks to examine the impacts of history on Jewish and Native American communities. However, I'm deeply concerned that we're also considering a handful of partisan bills that neglect our responsibilities to students and families. A handful of remaining bills go as far as singling out students and parents alike on the basis of national origin and are unlikely to pass in the Senate or be signed into law. The first proposal we consider is non-controversial, H.R. 618, led by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg, and the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, would amend the Federal Employees Compensation Act, or FECA, to ensure injured federal employees, particularly in rural areas, can get appropriate care they need from state licensed physician assistants and nurse practitioners for work-related injuries. Next bipartisan bill we'll consider is 8606, the Never Again Education Authorization Study Act. This bill reauthorizes the bipartisan Never Again Education Act through 2030 to continue providing educators with resources and training to teach important lessons pertaining to the Holocaust. Although anti-Semitism is not a new problem, passing this bill is critically important to combating anti-Semitism and ensuring schools maintain safe, productive spaces for all students. Committee Democrats have worked with the majority to ensure that curricula introduced are appropriate for students according to their grade level, following the guidance from the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Third bipartisan bill we'll consider is 7227, the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies Act. This bipartisan bill was introduced by Representatives Sharice Davis of Kansas and Tom Cole of Oklahoma, and it would establish a commission to investigate, document, and report on the histories of Indian boarding schools, the abuse of policies and practices, and its impact on our indigenous communities and their descendants. We held a hearing on this important and long overdue bill when I was chairman, and I'm glad that Chairwoman Fox has decided to move this bill today. As members of Congress, it's imperative that we acknowledge the federal government's role in the systemic decimation of indigenous people in the United States, and this measure is long overdue, and I'm pleased to support the legislation. Regrettably, I believe this is where our bipartisanship is likely to end. For years, Democrats have introduced and advocated for legislation to strengthen civil rights enforcement and protect students from discrimination based on race, color, and national origin. Specifically, I've pushed for the Equity and Inclusion in Education Act to establish Title VI monitors in educational institutions to investigate and address related violations, and to create an assistant secretary at the Department of Education to help develop Title VI policies for schools to adopt. I'm appreciative that my colleagues' new interest in this issue, and since the bill offered by Congresswoman Chavez DeMera amends the Higher Education Act to compel the Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Education to establish Title VI requirements on colleges and universities to designate a coordinator, investigate and provide notice of claims, and report to Congress on its investigations. Regrettably, the legislation in its current form does not address current funding gaps within the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, and I fear it will place an even greater burden on an already overwhelmed office with a huge backlog in cases. Presently, OCR does not have the resources it needs to investigate where campuses are failing to protect against civil rights violations in educational settings, yet we're calling for a 25% cut in funding in the Republican budget of that very office at a time when OCR saw a record increase in complaints. Today, we're considering a bill that could potentially add to that backlog of complaints that OCR is already struggling to manage. While I appreciate my colleagues' attempts at addressing anti-Semitism in Title VI incidents on college campuses, H.R. 8648 is neither comprehensive nor a workable measure for students until the very office charged with investigating the claims has the tools needed to actually do the job. I encourage my colleagues to vote against this bill until these shortcomings are addressed. We'll then consider H.J.Res. 165, an attempt to repeal the Department of Education's final Title IX regulations. Biden administration's Title IX rule, which was finalized in April, is a huge step forward in our fight to address sexual harassment, assault, and discrimination in K-12 and higher education, all while preserving due process rights of the accused. By expanding critical protections under the law, the new regulation will help ensure that all students, including LGBTQI+ students, are fully protected from the discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, and sexual identity. The Biden-Harris administration is committed to restoring the original intent of Title IX and fulfilling the promise of equal access to education and a safe learning environment for every student in America. By repealing the rule, we would not only be rolling back the progress, but also preventing the administration from promulgating any substantially similar regulations in the future. And I would point out that this regulation did not contain any new rule on playing sports. That is left for another day. It was not included in this rule. However, my colleagues, so I urge my colleagues to vote no on this harmful resolution. Next three partisan bills will only further the majority's extreme agenda and inject divisive partisan politics in our children's classroom and college campuses. If passed, H.R.6816 would bar all public elementary schools from receiving any funds from the Department of Education if they receive financial contributions, teaching materials, or any other resources from the Chinese government. This bill is a solution in search of a problem, given that we have no data to suggest any claimed influence even occurring in K through 12 schools, or if the Chinese government wanted to have such influence, how they'd do it. The next bill, H.R. 5567, adds another item to an already long to-do list for administrators. Without providing any additional financial resources to staff, H.R. 5567 would force K through 12 schools to report donations they receive from what the majority is labeled a foreign source within a month of receiving the donation. Similarly, the last partisan bill in this series, 8649, is an indiscriminate measure that imposes severe penalties, such as withholding funds to schools and entire school districts if administrators fail to disclose any donations, transactions, or agreements with any foreign entity with parents, whether intentional or not. This bill fails to even describe what a foreign entity is. In doing so, leaves educators and administrative professionals to navigate nuanced potholes or risk losing necessary funding. Students and educators face many serious challenges, such as teacher shortages and improving school infrastructure, or what to do when the American Rescue Plan Act funds run out later this year. Foreign funds pouring into our K through 12 schools is not one of those problems. Aside from creating a series of unfunded mandates, these three proposals are not designed to ward off unscrupulous foreign involvement or improve transparency. Worse, these bills exacerbate the ongoing culture wars and fan the flames of xenophobia, particularly anti-Asian animus. For this reason, I will oppose all three of these bills and urge my colleagues to do so as well. Finally, the last partisan bill we will consider today, H.R. 8534, is an overly broad piece of legislation that will strip students of their rights under labor and employment laws, state or federal. This will block any effort to form a union, expect a minimum wage, or even demand equal pay for equal work. It goes without saying that the collegiate sports industry is vastly different than it was just a few decades ago. Today, college sports are a multi-billion-dollar industry, yet far too many college students face hunger and even homelessness and lifelong injuries that often render them unable to play. Yet rather than addressing these problems or enabling athletes to advocate for safer playing conditions, H.R. 8534 makes things even worse, and therefore we should reject that bill. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. House rules require that a copy of the measure be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Pursuant to the notice for today's meeting, a copy of the measures was made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. The resolution and bills being marked up today shall be open to amendment at any point, and the chair will allow members to offer amendments in a manner not prohibited by the House or committee rules. Without objection, members who have more than one amendment to the resolution or to a bill and wish to offer their amendments en bloc may do so. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 618 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 618, a bill to amend Chapter 81 of Title V United States Code to cover for purposes of workers' compensation under such chapter, services by physician assistants and nurse practitioners provided to injured federal workers and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Wahlberg, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk titled H.R.618/ANS.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 618 offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, identifier H.R.618_ANS. Without
objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Walberg for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you. I thank the chair for including H.R. 618, the Bipartisan Improving Access to Workers' Compensation for Injured Federal Workers Act, in today's markup. I'd like to begin by thanking my friend and colleague, Representative Courtney, for his partnership on this important issue. This bill is about expanding health care choices for injured workers who qualify for benefits under the Federal Employees Compensation Act, or FECA. When a person is sick or injured, he or she should have the choice to see the health care provider that best fits his or her needs. Unfortunately, under current law, that right is not afforded to injured workers under the FECA program. Currently, only a physician can diagnose, certify, and oversee the treatment of an injured federal worker receiving compensation benefits. Frankly, this requirement is out of touch with modern health care delivery. Across the country, nurse practitioners and physician assistants have become a linchpin in providing access to timely health care. This is especially true in rural communities, where an approved physician might not be within a reasonable distance. It also is true in more urban areas, where long wait times to see a physician can leave patients feeling frustrated and delay their time to recovery. Our bill fixes this outdated requirement by simply allowing nurse practitioners or physician assistants to care for injured federal employees under the Federal Workers' Compensation Program, so long as that care is within their scope of practice under state law. Let me be clear. This bill is not Washington dictating state scope of practice laws. I would not support this bill if that were the case. Rather, H.R. 618 promotes federalism by deferring to state laws when determining what medical professional has the education and expertise to treat or diagnose injury under the FECA program. A majority of states already allow nurse practitioners and physician assistants to diagnose, certify an injury, and oversee patients' treatment and care for their state workers' compensation programs. So it is time that the federal government follows the example the states have led on. Recently, I was shared a story of a disabled federal law enforcement officer. This officer must travel 221 miles from his home in eastern Maryland, cross state lines, and travel to Suffolk, Virginia, to see the closest orthopedist that will treat his injuries. While the Office of Workers' Compensation Programs, OWCP, maintains there are other doctors that are registered with the program closer, none will treat him. And this is not an isolated incident. I've heard many stories of injured workers having to drive over 100 miles because there are no OWCP workers, approved doctors in the area. Or the doctors who have registered with OWCP are no longer accepting FECA patients. This is also a concern for our military veterans, who make up a large percentage of the federal workforce, and that is unacceptable. Again, H.R. 618 is about increasing choice and access to care. Additionally, when it was scored by the Congressional Budget Office last Congress, not only did CBO state the bill would have no impact on the federal budget, but CBO also noted that some people may receive treatment more quickly under the bill and may return to work more quickly, reducing costs for some FECA cases. I'd like to thank Representative Courtney again for his co-leadership on this bill, as well as the many members of this committee who have co-sponsored it. I urge all members to support this bipartisan common sense bill, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Walberg. Mr. Courtney, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for bringing this measure up before the committee again. And I want to salute Mr. Walberg. Our partnership over the last number of Congresses to get this measure across the finish line is admirable in terms of being persistent on an issue that just sort of screams out with a common sense intent and goal, which is to improve access for all federal employees, postal workers, law enforcement, as he pointed out. Again, the full range, who today are sort of caught in this time machine going back 30 years when nurse practitioners and physician assistants were not given parity in our healthcare system. Just a couple points for the record. As Tim stated, this measure was brought up in the last Congress, the 117th Congress. It passed out of committee unanimously. When it went to the floor, it passed with a vote of 325 to 83. It stalled out in the Senate, but it clearly, those numbers demonstrate powerful bipartisan support for this measure. In this Congress, again, we had a hearing where the acting secretary of the Department of Labor, Julie Hsu, again, testified on the merits, but also in support of the bill, and indicated again that the administration supports this measure. So really, it's just a question of getting it through both chambers and getting it to the White House to be actually fully enacted. Tim pointed out, I think, well, the fact that this is not a scope of practice measure that is mandating that states or communities, in terms of their definition of scope of practice, are going to be forced to accept direct access to nurse practitioners and physician assistants. However, I would note that the federal government over decades has actually already stated and clarified that federal policy definitely recognizes NPs and physician assistants as deserving of direct access and direct billing. In 1997, Congress authorized nurse practitioners to bill Medicare directly. In 2005, the Indian Health Service also, again, expanded access to nurse practitioners and physician assistants. In 2016, the VA expanded full practice authority to nurse practitioners and physician assistants. And in 2017, the Social Security Administration issued regulations to allow nurse practitioners and physician assistants to submit medical evidence to document a disability in a disability claim. So clearly, the federal government has recognized the reality that exists today in our healthcare system, where many of us, even who are sitting here in this room, consult directly with nurse practitioners and physician assistants is just sort of part of normal practice. So again, I think we should continue this effort and not be discouraged by last year's outcome and move this bill forward. Madam Chair, there's a number of organizations that have submitted letters in support of this measure, including the American Association of Nurse Practitioners, the American Nurses Association, the Healthcare Leadership Council, the National Rural Health Association, the National Association of Letter Carriers, the Nursing Community Coalition, and again, a joint letter, which is a joint letter with dozens of healthcare providers, not just in the nursing professions, but all professions that, again, understand that this is really normal operating procedure in our healthcare system. So again, I would ask those letters be admitted to the record.
Without objection.
And again, I would urge all members to support this bipartisan measure and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Courtney. Ms. McBath, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. In my home state of Georgia, we have a serious medical provider shortage, and I actually have university presidents from the state of Georgia in my office all the time, very concerned about the future of staffing for our universities and medical care in Georgia. So this bill will ensure that Americans in both rural and urban areas have access to the care that they need when they need it. In my district, which is suburban, we continue to face issues with provider shortages every single day, and the Health Resources and Service Administration estimates that we will need 16 primary care providers just to meet the needs of Gwinnett County, my county, alone. Outside of metropolitan Atlanta, the statistics are far worse. Almost half of the counties in Georgia are currently without an emergency medicine physician, and over 40 do not even have an internal medicine doctor. For people who live in Webster, Montgomery, or Chattahoochee counties, or the other 6 counties in my state, they have no physicians at all. The current restrictions on worker compensation forces them to travel long distances to get the care that they could be provided by someone in their own community and people that they know and trust. The last thing that someone should ever have to worry about while they are injured or ill is following some arbitrary rule that does not account for the reality on the ground or their lived experience. These restrictions have made a bad problem even worse, and I applaud Representatives Courtney and my really good friend, Representative Wahlberg, for coming together on this very important issue. I hope that we can get this passed into law here in Congress. I think this is something that everyone agrees upon, no matter what community you represent. We want the best health care. We want the best service and provisions for all of our constituents across the nation. And I look forward to supporting this bill in committee today and eventually on the floor. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. McBath. Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of the improving access to workers' compensation for injured federal workers.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill expands the role of nurse practitioners and physician assistants in providing services to injured federal workers under the Federal Workers' Compensation Program. Importantly, this bill defers to state law and does not expand the scope of practice. Rather, this bill removes a federal barrier that prevents physicians' assistants and nurse practitioners from practicing to the extent of their existing state scope of practice. Nurse practitioners are advanced practice registered nurses who are prepared at the master's or doctoral level to provide primary, acute, chronic, and specialty care to patients of all ages and backgrounds. Nurse practitioners are already primary care providers within the Medicare and Medicaid programs and have full practice authority within the Veterans Health Administration and Indian Health Services. As co-chair of the Congressional Nursing Caucus, I know the important role that nurse practitioners play in providing quality health care to patients. My home state of Oregon has long been a leader in supporting and empowering nurse practitioners, including permitting nurse practitioners to evaluate patients, diagnose, order, and interpret diagnostic tests, and initiate and manage treatments, including prescribing medications. I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of improving access to workers' compensation for injured federal workers, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's speak in support of H.R.618, the Improving Access to Workers' Compensation for Injured Federal Workers Act. As I said in my opening statement, this bill represents the promise of what can be done when we work together across the aisle to solve real problems. And there is a problem. Injured federal workers have a difficult time getting access to health care. Department of Labor reported in 2022 that, quote, injured workers have expressed difficulty in finding medical providers for treatment. This has likely impacted injured and ill workers' ability to select their own medical care providers, as is their right under the Act. The reason, unquote, the reason is that FECA, or the Federal Employees Compensation Act, is out of date. It allows reimbursement for treatment, prescribing, and most diagnostic service only when they are performed by a physician. In the decades since FECA was written, states have authorized nurse practitioners to deliver many health care services independently, and in fact, FECA was written before the physician assistants were a recognized profession. And now many states authorize them likewise to deliver health care services independently. Many people choose nurse practitioners and physician assistants as their primary care provider. In some parts of the country, especially rural areas, doctors may be very hard to find, but nurse practitioners and physician assistants are there doing what they always do, caring for people. But since FECA limits reimbursement for most needed services just to doctors, injured federal workers cannot turn to the healthcare providers that would happily care for them. Instead, they must search desperately for a doctor and hope they can find one within 100 miles. The Workers' Injury Law and Advocacy Group, a network of lawyers representing injured workers, shared the story of one client who literally had to move to another state because she could not find a doctor who would see the injured federal worker within 100 miles, and that area includes even the city of St. Louis, Missouri. This is a problem we can fix, and we can do it just by bringing this outdated law up to date, catching it up with other federal programs such as Medicare, Veterans Administration, and Indian Health Services, which for decades have allowed reimbursement for nurse practitioners and physician assistants to the extent that they are allowed to deliver independent services within their scope of practices allowed under their state law. So let's be clear, we're not in any way changing the state scope of practice laws. State laws regulating medical professions are not affected. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the ANS and report the bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.618. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, any vote will be postponed. We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 8606 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8606, a bill to reauthorize the Director of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum to support Holocaust education programs and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Mr. Wilson, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk entitled H.R. 8606 ANS.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8606 offered by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, identifier H.8606_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Wilson for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I am grateful to be one of the lead co-sponsors of the, quote, Never Again Education Reauthorization and Study Act. I applaud Representative Buddy Carter for introducing this legislation and Representative Kathy Manning of North Carolina and the other co-sponsors of the bill for their leadership on these issues. This amendment removes language related to elementary schools from the new study and report authorized by the bill. The Holocaust Museum expressed concern about including elementary schools in this study given their concerns with the teaching of the Holocaust in elementary schools. The amendment also adds new language to ensure the study determines criteria used by states and school districts to evaluate the effectiveness of Holocaust education programs. I know this is a particular priority for Representative Lisa McClain, and I thank her for her work with this. This is a good amendment, and I urge its adoption. I also urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill. Since the Never Again Education Act was enacted in 2020, the Holocaust Museum has been developing and disseminating resources to states, school districts, and schools to be used in the instruction about the Holocaust. These materials deal with the facts of the Holocaust and how and why the Holocaust happened, and this bill will extend the Holocaust Museum work through FY 2030. This bill also directs the Holocaust Museum to study the extent to which states and school districts are effectively implementing Holocaust education within their curriculum. As we deal with the explosion of anti-Semitism tragically on our college campuses, it's critically important that we examine the extent to which states and school districts are teaching students about the Holocaust and its anti-Semitic roots. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I urge all my colleagues to support the Never Again Education Reauthorization Act of 2024. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Manning, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank my good friend, the gentleman from South Carolina, Representative Joe Wilson, for offering this amendment in the nature of a substitute. I strongly support H.R. 8606 ANS, the Never Again Education Reauthorization Act, bipartisan legislation I was proud to help introduce with Representative Buddy Carter of Georgia. We have witnessed a major increase in anti-Semitism across our country in recent years, but since the horrific Hamas terrorist attack on Israel on October 7th, this hatred has exploded. According to the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitic incidents have increased by more than 360% in the 3 months following October 7th. We have seen the impact of the rise in anti-Semitism in our K-12 schools and on college campuses across the country. Too many young people know too little about the Holocaust and the long history of anti-Jewish hatred. According to a 2020 Claims Conference survey, 63% of U.S. millennials and Gen Z do not know that 6 million Jews were murdered during the Holocaust. Additionally, 12% of U.S. millennials and Gen Z have never heard about or do not think they have heard the word Holocaust before. In addition, in its very first report to Congress under the Never Again Education Act, the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum noted the most striking finding was the lack of student knowledge about the Holocaust. In the educator-centered surveys, both experienced and inexperienced secondary teachers reported that close to 40% of their students had no familiarity with the Holocaust. In the fight against bigotry, ignorance, and intolerance, education is one of the most powerful tools we have. Education about the Holocaust and about the history of anti-Semitism is vital because it can help teach students about how to be moral citizens. It allows them to learn valuable lessons about bearing witness, building tolerance and civic values, the importance of democracy, and the responsibility we all have to confront hate wherever we find it, to speak up instead of being silent bystanders. That is why Congress passed the Never Again Education Act in 2020, and why we must work together on a bipartisan basis to ensure this critical work continues for another 5 years. This bill would extend support for Holocaust education across the nation, continuing the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum's strong track record of providing resources for our educators and developing the best methods of conveying these vital lessons to future generations. I am particularly glad this bipartisan reauthorization includes an important study based on the HEAL Act, introduced by our colleague, Representative Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey, to ensure that the programs authorized are actually achieving their intended learning outcomes in all 50 states across the country. So in closing, I strongly support the ANS and the bill, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in voting for it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Manning. Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise in strong support of H.R. 8606, which would authorize or reauthorize the Never Again Education Act, which was signed into law by President Trump in 2020. With anti-Semitism on the rise in the United States, especially on our so-called prestigious college campuses, it is critical that we reflect on what ignorance and anti-Semitism left unchecked leads to. Not even a century ago, the Nazis brutally and systematically murdered over 6 million Jews in the largest genocide ever. Nevertheless, Holocaust denial and distortion is on the rise. We must commit now to upholding our commitment to never again. Demonstrators at Columbia University earlier this year outrageously called for Jews to return to Poland. On other campuses, we've heard phrases chanted related to the Nazis' final solution and other tragically misguided sentiment that glorifies the Holocaust and harming of Jews. In a poll from December of last year, it was revealed that 1/5 of U.S. citizens between the ages of 18 and 29 believe that the Holocaust is a myth. We must confront this dangerous ignorance head on. Further, as the Jewish state continues fighting for its existence against Hamas, we are again reminded of the real dangers ignorance and anti-Semitism leads to. Madam Chair, this bill would make sure that the United States Holocaust Museum has the funding and resources it needs to promote understanding of the Holocaust. This bill would also task the Holocaust Museum to examine Holocaust education in schools across the nation, including in my own. Having had the opportunity to view how some states educate their students on the Holocaust, I think many states and school districts would benefit with a better knowledge about teaching methods and best practices in other states. And hopefully this bill will help facilitate that understanding about the Holocaust. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8606, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. Ms. McBath, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here today to ensure that this important legislation is reauthorized before it expires. As time goes on, the memories of those that have been killed in the Holocaust and the survivors who have since survived, we have to make sure that their memories, and we have to make sure that what has happened through the Holocaust, that is not lost. We have seen troubling reports on Americans' knowledge of the Holocaust, and we must take as many important steps as we possibly can to make sure that we reverse this very dangerous trend. When Dwight Eisenhower first toured a concentration camp, he insisted that it be documented as meticulously as possible. And he said, and I'll quote, "Get it all on record now. Get it on the films. Get the witnesses, because somewhere down the road of history, someone will get up and say that this never happened," end quote. It is truly up to all of us to ensure that the memory of millions of innocent men, women, and children murdered in the Holocaust lives on. During their reign of terror, the Nazis made a concerted effort to not only destroy those they deemed inferior, but erase their memory and their cultures from the face of the earth. And as a woman of color, an African-American woman, I understand that on levels that many people will never understand. Millions of Jews, Poles, homosexual men, Roma, and even black people were sterilized, experimented upon, and murdered solely because of who they were and how and where they were born. At Yad Vashem, which I've had the honor of visiting in person, the Hall of Names serves as the only grave marker for millions of Jews murdered in the Holocaust. Of the 6 million dead, there are still roughly 1 million people that have yet to be identified. 1 million people who are denied justice in life and continue to be denied justice in their death. That is who we are fighting for with this legislation like this today, to ensure that we honor their memory and take steps to stop hate before it results in irreversible atrocities. In the words of Elie Wiesel, and I quote her, To forget the dead would be akin to killing them a second time, end quote. I thank the chairwoman for marking this up today, and I look forward to supporting it in committee today and look forward to passing it on the House floor. And I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. McBeth. Ms. McLean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I speak in support of the Never Again Education and Reauthorization Study Act. The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum is the gold standard in educating Americans about the evils of anti-Semitism and reminding us why never again must truly mean never again. Excuse me. This legislation directs the Holocaust Museum to study the types of Holocaust education programs across the nation to ensure we educate our children on anti-Semitism and, more importantly, how to fight against it. I thank Mr. Carter for sponsoring this bill and Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member Scott for working with my office to include language directing the museum to compile criteria used by states and schools to evaluate the effectiveness of their Holocaust education programs, because we must be focused on outcomes. I've been fortunate to have the opportunity to visit the Holocaust education programs, and a few of them, such as Morris Life in Florida. Morris Life's programs have been incredibly successful in educating children about the Holocaust and anti-Semitism. They support teachers with a fully developed curriculum using real stories from the Holocaust survivors and their descendants. See, it's not just enough to have a program, but we must put criteria in place that measures the outcome so we are getting the desired results. As the committee continues to investigate anti-Semitism in schools, it is critical that we look at which programs are most effective in educating children about anti-Semitism and use benchmarking to do so. We need to assess whether Holocaust curriculum is actually moving the needle, right? Actually making sure we're getting value for our dollar. Do they understand the history and hatred fueled by the Holocaust? Does the curriculum give the students the tools to fight anti-Semitism? And are the teachers being supported as they teach this very difficult subject? In Congress, it is important that we talk about most successful programs and promote those programs as models for states and school districts across the country. I thank Mr. Carter again for introducing this bipartisan legislation, and I look forward to working with the committee to promote effective Holocaust education programs across the country. And thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the Never Again Education Reauthorization Act. My home state of Oregon does have Holocaust education, and we do have curriculum about the Holocaust, and it happened because of Alter Wiener. Alter Wiener was who died in 2018 at the age of 92 years old. Was born in Poland and spent 3 years in 5 different concentration camps. And when he came to Oregon and settled there, he wrote a book called From a Name to a Number, a Holocaust Survivor's Autobiography. And because of the power of his story, he spoke in more than 1,000 places, including in Oregon schools. There he met Claire Samowski when she was only in elementary school. And his work was so powerful that she, in fact, wrote a book called Remember My Story, A Girl, a Holocaust Survivor, and a Friendship That Made History. So we know when we hear these stories, when students hear these stories, it makes a difference. I just wanted to raise that, Madam Chair, that my state of Oregon has this requirement, has curriculum in large part because of Alter Wiener. May his memory be a blessing, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the gentleman from South Carolina for introducing the amendment in nature of a substitute. I was honored to work with our former colleague from New York, Carolyn Maloney, to get the original Never Again Education Act passed in the House. passed in 2020 by an overwhelming vote of 393 to 5, and was soon passed by the Senate and signed into law. It's important that we continue to recognize the need to educate our students about the horrors of the Holocaust, and as we saw in the celebrations of the 80th anniversary of D-Day earlier this month, the generation that has firsthand memories of World War II is nearly completely gone. And there'll be a time in the near future when there will be no more living veterans who liberated concentration camps and no more living survivors of the Shoah. It is up to us to make sure these stories live on and help educate our students so they can learn accurate, comprehensive history of these events, and so we must never forget. And these lessons will be prepared by the Holocaust Museum, just like lessons on African American history are prepared by the African American Museum of History and Culture and the 400 Years of African American History Commission. And by providing lessons this way so that they're made available to schools, we can maintain our policy of not mandating any curriculum, but this curriculum is certainly available. And as it's been pointed out, many take advantage of this information. So I'll urge my colleagues to support the ANS and the underlying bill, and thank the chair. Yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8606. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 8648 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8648, a bill to increase the transparency of colleges and universities in carrying out their civil rights responsibilities and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Ms. Chavez DeRemer, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk titled H.R.8648_ANS.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam.
Sorry. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8648 offered by Ms. Chavez DeRemer of Oregon, identifier H.R.8648_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congresswoman Chavez DeRemer for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Across the country, colleges and universities have repeatedly failed to protect Jewish students from anti-Semitic protests and riots. It has exposed a dire need for transparency and common sense standards for these institutions to follow when addressing discrimination. My bill, the Civil Rights Protection Act, would break down barriers and ensure students have avenues through which to protect themselves and their peers. Students experiencing discrimination already feel isolated and alone. They shouldn't be left in the dark by the institution that's supposed to be doing everything possible to protect them. Specifically, the bill will require colleges and universities to publicly disclose procedures for handling discrimination reports, building on Protecting Students on Campus Act, which Congressman Manning and I helped introduce earlier this year. This substitute amendment makes minor changes to add additional information that must be included in an institution's record-keeping process and clarify processes for investigations of discrimination claims at the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights. Finally, I want to give a special thanks to the Union of Orthodox Jewish Congregations of America's work on this bill, leading the charge to make these reforms. Making desperately needed change is impossible without real drivers of policy like the union. To that point, Madam Chair, I would like to submit their letter of support into the record. Thank you. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment in the nature of a substitute and the underlying bill. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Ms. Bonamici,
I move to strike the last word.
you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really want to be able to support this bill. However, and that's because I understand, and I know everyone in this committee understands the need to address the rapid and concerning increase in anti-Semitism, not only on college campuses, but across our country. But I want to point out that this bill was introduced less than a week ago. It has had no hearing, no discussion, and apparently no bipartisan connection and discussion about can we make this bipartisan. I'm also concerned because as I read the bill about the increase in work that it's giving to the Office of Civil Rights, we understand that it is the responsibility of the Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Education to investigate and prosecute Title VI cases. However, we've also heard my friends on the other side that I'll propose a decrease to the funding for Office of Civil Rights. And because of the recent introduction of this bill, there has been no time to work with the Department of Education to determine what this would do in terms of their workforce, their monthly reports. There's, let's just say, it could be a significant increase in the work of the Department of Education. So I would prefer that we work together on a bipartisan bill. I know there are other bipartisan bills to address anti-Semitism, or take time to work on this one, get the information we need to make sure it could be implemented before we move it forward. And again, I wish I could support it today, but because it was just introduced less than a week ago, and we haven't had a hearing or an opportunity to work with the Department of Education on it, I'm going to not support it, but hope that we can work on something that can be supported on both sides of the aisle. Thank you, and I yield back.
Wish to speak? Other members who wish to speak on the bill? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the issue of compliance with Title VI in our educational setting is one that I've been working on for some time. In the 116th Congress and subsequent Congresses, I introduced and the House passed the Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act, which would require that all K-12 schools and colleges that receive federal funding designate at least one employee as the official Title VI monitor to handle both the investigation of complaints and institutional compliance. It's good to see that we've taken several similar steps in this bill, although it's just limited to institutions of higher education that participate in the federal student loans program. While I'm pleased to see the committee turn its attention to Title VI compliance, I have concerns about portions of the bill that would mandate so-called process reforms on the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, or OCR. OCR is tasked with enforcing the nation's educational civil rights laws, including Title VI of the Civil Rights Law of 1964, but also Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 and the Individuals with Disabilities Act, IDEA, among others. Currently, OCR has a backlog of over 11,000 pending cases. OCR relies on a uniform case processing manual to direct how its staff handles cases. That manual ensures that all cases at OCR are handled in the same manner, and the manual outlines multiple instances where OCR shall dismiss or may dismiss claims that are pending with other agencies or a court of law. OCR must make that determination with the other agency or courts in question. OCR must make the determination that the other agency or court in question will apply comparable legal standards and afford complainants comparable remedies that they would receive at OCR before dismissing such cases, and complainants have an opportunity to refile after their case has been handled by the other agency. So I worry that in our zeal to ensure that Title VI claims are being thoroughly investigated by the Department of Education, Congress may may mandate changes that exacerbate the current backlog of cases at OCR, or changes that result in longer times to resolve cases for all education civil rights cases. And I feel the language you will consider will do this by also elevating Title VI claims above others at the department, running the risk that we're creating inequities in enforcement, such as treating Title VI cases different from Title IX cases, or IDEA in the way they're handled by the Office of Civil Rights. That said, I stand ready to continue working with you, Madam Chair, as this bill continues to work its way through the legislative process to make sure that we get these reforms correct and in a way that does not increase the already too long backlog at OCR, and ensures that cases can still be processed in a manner that does not further delay justice for complainants. While I plan to vote against reporting the bill out today, I want to publicly commit my staff to working with your staff to continue that. If we can get it right, we should, and I ask that you do the same. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We always work on our side to make legislation as bipartisan as it possibly can be. So we will continue to work in that vein. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute,
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Ms. Manning, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't intending to speak at this moment, but I think it's appropriate. I greatly appreciate the efforts of my colleague, Representative Chavez de Remer, to address this effort, or for her effort to address anti-Semitism on college campuses at this time. But I do want to acknowledge what my colleagues have noted, which is that these bills, this one and the prior bill, were introduced only last Friday, less than a week ago, giving us very little time to work across the aisle and potentially reach agreement on issues that we have with certain provisions of these bills, and this bill in particular, to address unintended consequences, to make sure we're voting on the best possible legislation that will truly address the frightening rise of anti-Semitism and the failure of so many colleges and universities, as we have seen in this committee, to help Jewish students, to keep them safe on college campuses. And I must note at this moment that we have a comprehensive bipartisan bill that was introduced more than a month ago that would address so many of these issues in these bills today and many more issues. That is the Countering Anti-Semitism Act. That bill has more than 50 bipartisan co-sponsors, 27 Democrats and 23 Republicans. Now, that's a bipartisan bill. That bill deserves a markup. That bill was negotiated for more than 9 months, and it has an identical bipartisan bill that was introduced in the Senate. And that bill, the Countering Anti-Semitism Act, has been supported by 60 Jewish organizations all across the ideological spectrum. Let me reassure you, it is highly unusual to have 60 Jewish organizations across the ideological spectrum agree on anything, but they agree on supporting the Countering Anti-Semitism Act. I wish that this committee had chosen to mark up that bill, because that is the bill we should be discussing in this hearing. It is well negotiated, it is comprehensive, and it would have more than a piecemeal, address things on more than a piecemeal basis. Nevertheless, here we are. We have a crisis of anti-Semitism on our campuses. Jewish students are harassed, isolated, intimidated, discriminated against. This is a 5-alarm fire, and I want to do whatever we can do to stop that isolation, harassment, and discrimination of Jewish students on our college campuses. So I am happy to support the bills that we were able to get brought to the floor here, and I have some amendments that I will address later to try to make this bill more comprehensive and more acceptable to others. I just want to make those remarks, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Manning. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8648 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia. Identifier SCOTVA_028.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier during the debate on the ANS, I expressed my concerns about case processing reforms proposed in H.R. 8648. The amendment I have would not allay these concerns, but would go a long way in ensuring that any process reforms Congress mandates on OCR in this bill will be offset with additional funds for that office. This amendment would authorize OCR at $280 million a year, a level double the President's fiscal request of 2025. This authorization is necessary in light of the fact that other provisions in the underlying bill could seriously increase the number of cases pending at OCR. Recognizing this, we should authorize funds necessary to meet that challenge. I'm aware that this is just an authorization, not an appropriation. Such a direct appropriation by making the funds mandatory spending would not be in order at this time, but I would note that Senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Casey, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, have a bill, the Showing Up for Students Act, which would directly appropriate the same sum for OCR. My hope is that as we enter the appropriation season on the floor, we can send a bipartisan message to our colleagues on the Labor HHS Appropriations Subcommittee that we support OCR and its work and want to provide it with the necessary resources to ensure that it can do its work that it's being tasked to do. Thank you, Madam Chair, and hope we'd adopt the amendment. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Unfortunately, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment. As the gentleman knows, we've worked very closely with his staff on this bill, and while they're choosing to oppose it, I hold out hope that we can eventually get them on board for supporting greater transparency around how colleges and universities investigate complaints under Title VI. With all due respect to my colleague, this amendment doesn't advance that effort. As he well knows, our committee doesn't control funding for the Office of Civil Rights. That funding comes out of the Appropriations Committee. Even if we adopted this amendment, it would have precisely zero impact on the amount of funding the Office of Civil Rights is receiving now or will receive in the future. On top of that, the Biden administration does not believe it needs this much to run the Office for Civil Rights. The FY 2025 budget proposal from the administration proposes to fund OCR at $162 million, a significantly lower number than what is being offered today. This bill is about ensuring that colleges and universities are transparent with their students about how Title VI complaints will be investigated, and it's about ensuring that the Office for Civil Rights is following its procedures and properly carrying out investigations. We've had productive conversations on this bill up to this point, and I hope we can get back to that as soon as we move to the floor. I urge members to reject this amendment and support the underlying bill, and I yield back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment from the gentleman from Virginia? There being no further debate on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, I ask those in favor of the amendment to all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from Virginia requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8648? Ms. Manning, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to start by once again thanking my friend and colleague, Representative Chavez DeRemer of Oregon, for her leadership and her willingness to work together on this issue. As I talk to students about the frightening rise of anti-Semitism...
Ms. Manning, you did not designate your amendment.
I apologize, Madam Chair. The amendment, I have an amendment at the desk, Amendment Manning 59.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8648 offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina, identifier MANNIN_059.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. And I would like once again to thank my good friend and colleague, Representative Chavez DeRemer, for her leadership and her willingness to work together on this issue. As I talk to students about the frightening rise of anti-Semitism and hate incidents on college campuses, it has become very clear to me that many are not aware of the protections provided to them under Title VI, particularly because Title VI does not explicitly protect discrimination based solely on religion. While increasing transparency is a good thing, it's hard to enforce Title VI protections if students aren't aware of what constitutes prohibited discrimination. The Department of Education has taken and should continue taking steps to improve this situation, and that's why my amendment would require the OCR to launch an anti-Semitism awareness campaign, providing technical assistance and guidance to schools, and take other steps to make sure that students know their rights. And I have one example of what schools can do. I'd like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record a fact sheet from the U.S. Department of Education released in January 2023 entitled Protecting Students from Discrimination Based on Shared Ancestry or Ethnic Characteristics.
Without objection.
Thank you. My amendment would simply ensure that colleges and universities help publicize and distribute relevant guidance, fact sheets, and materials from the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights to help make students aware of their Title VI protections. This common sense amendment is based on Section 5 of the Protecting Students on Campus Act, bipartisan bicameral legislation first introduced by Senators Bill Cassidy and John Fetterman. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? I recognize myself. I thank the gentlewoman for her amendment, believe it's a good amendment, and I plan to support it. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? As there's no further debate on the gentlewoman's amendment, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Manning, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, Manning 060.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8648 offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina, identifier MANNIN_060.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My second amendment to the ANS would help improve OCR's efforts to counter the stunning rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses by requiring the department to designate a senior official responsible for overseeing the department's efforts to counter anti-Semitism. In the fight against anti-Semitism on college campuses, we must use every tool available to help ensure that schools and universities take the proper steps to protect Jewish students from discrimination, harassment, and isolation. My amendment would direct the department to designate a senior official with specific responsibilities, including providing recommendations to the Secretary and Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights on countering anti-Semitism. This official would also be able to proactively visit colleges and universities to provide guidance on how to comply with Title VI and counter anti-Semitism. This amendment does not establish any new authority. It simply requires the Secretary to use authority he already has to appoint an official who is dedicated to the fight against anti-Semitism. That being said, I will be withdrawing this amendment because of objections that have been raised. I would have been open to addressing those objections and think I could have had a fix, but I only learned about those objections 10 minutes ago, and we certainly don't have time to produce a revised amendment that I think would have made people happy. That, sadly, is the result of rushing a bill to markup. But I wanted to raise this issue because I do think it's important, and I hope we can work together on this in the future on a bipartisan and planful way. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back, and I thank her for withdrawing the amendment. Does any other member wish to seek recognition? Ms. Manning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, Manning 061, and this is my last amendment.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.8648 offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina. Identifier MANNIN_061.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My third and final amendment to the ANS would add an authorization for funding to help the Department of Education and Office of Civil Rights implement this bill. The OCR is dealing with an unprecedented rise in cases. We want to empower them to be able to fully investigate each and every case, to clear the backlog of pending cases, and reach more successful binding settlements with colleges and universities before the students who make the complaints actually graduate. Unfortunately, this bill requires the department to do a lot more without the requisite resources to do so. That is essentially an unfunded mandate. That is why my amendment would simply authorize funding over the next 5 fiscal years to implement this bill. If we support the approach taken by the bill, then we should have no problem making clear that we would also support relevant funding, which could be provided in separate appropriations legislation. I say to my colleagues, if we really care about combating anti-Semitism, it is not simply enough to have flashy hearings to hold college presidents to task and grab news headlines. If we really want OCR to be more effective in keeping students safe, we need to give OCR the funding necessary to do the job. Let's put our money where our mouths are. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Are there further amendments, or is there anyone who wishes to speak on this amendment? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Unfortunately, I must oppose the gentlewoman's amendment. With all due respect to my colleague, the amendment doesn't advance the effort to increase the transparency of the Title VI investigation on college campuses, nor does it do anything to encourage OCR to follow their investigative procedures. We've had productive conversations on this bill with the ranking member up to this point. I also know that the gentlewoman has been interested in combating the explosion of anti-Semitism on college campuses. That's why we have sought her feedback on this bill. Unfortunately, she chose not to engage with us. I hope that will change as we move to the floor. I urge members to reject the show vote and support the underlying bill, and I yield back. We'll now, are there any further amendments? We'll now move to there being no further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Okay. If there's no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. The gentlewoman asked for a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Yeah. We now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the resolution H.R.8648 for amendment. The resolution was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the resolution.
H.J.Res. providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rule submitted by the Department of Education relating to non-discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs or activities receiving federal financial assistance.
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. Are there members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the resolution? Ms. Miller, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 1972, Congress enacted Title IX with the goal of giving our girls and women more opportunities, not biological men. Since then, Title IX has paved the way for our girls to access new opportunities in education, scholarships, and athletics. Unfortunately, Joe Biden is destroying all that progress. I am proud to be leading the effort to overturn Joe Biden's unlawful and radical reinterpretation of Title IX. Joe Biden and his Democrat enablers in Congress claim that the Supreme Court's ruling in Bostock makes their interpretation of Title IX legitimate. This is a lie. The Supreme Court specifically said in their ruling that Bostock should not be applied to Title IX or any civil rights law. But they don't care. They're stripping students, educators, and parents of their legal rights. Joe Biden has made it illegal to disagree with the radical left's view of gender. This is a blatant violation of students' and educators' free speech rights. And worst of all, this rule enshrines in law the left's ongoing war against parental rights. This rule also doubles down on the radical left's attack on biology, at the same time that medical associations around the world are waking up to the harm that's being done by these policies. The American people, they are fed up with men taking away the athletic opportunities from our girls, and they're horrified at the prospect of our girls having to shower with men and share the locker room with them. Democrats are telling us loud and clear they don't care about our girls. And if you disagree, Joe Biden is going to punish you and take federal money away from your schools. Madam Chair, my Democrat colleagues have said that overturning this rule would be an act of hate. I say that Joe Biden's Title IX rule is an act of hate. Someone must stand up and say enough, and I'm glad we're doing that today. Thank you. I urge adoption of this rule, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Are there other members who wish to speak?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the previous administration, Secretary DeVos advanced a discriminatory and a harmful misinterpretation of Title IX. Her approach diminished the rights of survivors of sexual assault, and also failed to enforce civil rights protections for LGBTQ+ students. The Biden administration has worked hard to fix this misguided policy, and the proposed regulations take into account hours of listening sessions and more than 150,000 public comments. The new Title IX rule strengthens protections for vulnerable student populations, including the LGBTQ+ community, and for the first time, Title IX explicitly prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. The Bostock case was a civil rights case. The regulations also strike the right balance between maintaining due process rights for offenders and protecting survivors of sex-based harassment and assault, something that the former department failed to do. The department's proposed regulations are timely and necessary, especially following the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs, which decimated reproductive rights and access to abortion for individuals nationwide. Lack of access to adequate reproductive care affects educational opportunities, career outcomes, and earning potential, and the effects are disproportionately felt by Black, brown, and low-income students. In short, the Title IX rule fulfills the federal government's responsibility to protect students and staff from discrimination on the basis of sex, empowering them to thrive academically and professionally. Invoking the Congressional Review Act is not only unnecessary but deeply harmful. It shows students and staffs that we do not consider their rights worthy of protection and their identities worthy of respecting. I encourage my colleagues to vote, all of my colleagues, to vote against this harmful resolution and reject all attacks on Title IX, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to point out that this rule does not speak to eligibility to sports. That issue will be taken up in a later rule. Title IX prohibits discrimination in education on the basis of sex, whether my colleagues like it or not. The Trump-appointed Justice Neil Gorsuch held that protections of Title VII of the Civil Rights Act against workforce discrimination because of sex must be interpreted to include discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. The court, in the wake of that opinion in the case of Bostock v. Clayton County, had the opportunity to hear cases that raised the question as to whether or not the same interpretation holds for Title IX. Lower courts have held that it does. The Supreme Court has refused to hear appeals on those cases, letting those interpretations stand. So to the extent my colleagues have a problem with the rule before us based on the interpretation of sex, that problem does not lie with the Department of Education, but with the Supreme Court. Further, I find it baffling that this committee has spent 6 months and over 5 hearings investigating the existence of hostile learning environments in education settings and then decides to bring the CRA bill to the committee for reasons they have publicly stated. We know that LGBTQI students experience disproportionate harassment and discrimination while trying to learn and grow up like every other student simply because of who they are. Title IX rule in question today will provide critical protections for students so that they can learn in an environment free from discrimination, harassment, and violence. This is something my colleagues have been demanding for certain groups of students, and as lawmakers, we should be demanding it for all students, regardless of their race, national origin, shared ancestry, sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this joint resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. McLean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak in support of House Joint Resolution 165 to block President Biden's attempt to undermine Title IX and erase vital protections for women and girls in American schools. Title IX was created to ensure women and girls have the same educational opportunities as boys in school across the country. As Title IX enters its 52nd year, its legacy for fostering fair competition, and education for women is under attack by the radical left. Title IX was meant to give girls the space they needed to showcase their skills. Instead of honoring this legacy, the Biden administration and the bureaucracy of the Department of Education is hell-bent on harming the very women Title IX was placed to protect. The rule to redefine sex discrimination on the basis of gender identity will force schools to provide biological men who claim they are women access to women's locker rooms and bathrooms. This ignores the biological differences between men and women and puts our daughters, my daughters, in grave danger. This joint resolution is about protecting our daughters and their ability to learn and compete in a safe environment. President Biden has proven that he will do anything to appease the radicals in his party rather than defend the success of women athletes and Title IX. Our daughters deserve better. Your daughters deserve better. And we owe it to them to fight for the sanctity of women to have safe spaces. I'll make it simple for the Democrats. Men do not belong in women's spaces. The fact that I need to say that is a sad reflection of where the other side is on this aisle. The simple fact is that we are here today because the Biden administration is putting leftist policies over the protection of our daughters, of our women and our girls. If the Biden administration goes down this path, it will mean more women will lose out on academics and athletics. Since when are we so discriminatory against women? I don't understand that. I mean, they should have opportunities. Women and girls should have opportunities that were afforded to them under Title IX. Remember, we fought so hard for Title IX, for women. Right? Remember the women's lib generation? Right? I am proud to co-sponsor this common sense legislation and to urge my colleagues, support your daughters and vote for this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Mr. Good, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
On April 29, 2024, the Department of Ed released a rule changing Title IX of the Education Amendment of 1972 to include sexual orientation, gender identity, and the definition of sex. With a stroke of a pen, the Biden administration destroyed Title IX's promises of equal opportunity for women and eradicated sex-protected spaces like bathrooms, locker rooms, and campus housing for students from kindergarten through grad school. The Title IX rule forces schools to adopt the left's radical worldview that sex is something that can change on a whim, something that's chosen or decided, as opposed to it being scientifically embedded in our DNA. Of course, the folks on the other side, the Democrat Party, supports young children self-diagnosing gender dysphoria, and then adults' ability to abuse them, young children, via puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and even surgery to forever maim them, disfigure them for the rest of their life. It's clear from this rule that the left would rather perpetrate the harm of gender confusion than stand up for women and girls. Unless Congress or the courts intervene, the Biden administration's rule will go into effect on August 1. So next year, don't be surprised when you see more boys joining girls' sports teams. And you can thank President Biden when your daughter finds out that her freshman roommate is actually a man. Brace yourself for the onslaught of investigations at the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights when teachers and students who refuse to use non-biological pronouns are reported. So I thank Representative Miller for her courage, her leadership, and her effort, her relentless effort to protect women and girls in locker rooms, defend women in sports, and to follow the science, the God-created science. And I'm proud to support this legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to nullify the Biden administration's rule by supporting H.J.Res 165, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Mr. Moran, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Today, I rise in support of House Joint Resolution 165, introduced by my colleague, Representative Mary Miller from Illinois. I come with deep concerns regarding the Biden administration's Department of Education final rule released on May 3rd, 2024, regarding Title IX that redefines sex to include, quote, sexual orientation and gender identity. This rule blatantly disregards the longstanding interpretation of the word sex, undermines the intended mission of Title IX, and removes protections for women and girls in our education system. The Biden administration's Title IX rule belies the legislative intent of the statute, which was to ensure equal access to educational and athletic opportunities for women on campuses, and this new rule unfortunately achieves the exact opposite. Title IX was written with the understanding that there are two distinct sexes, male and female. This foundational biological truth, if unwound, makes Title IX protections irrelevant and unnecessary. The final rule issued by the Department of Education, which redefines sex to include sexual orientation and gender identity, blatantly ignores years of precedent and only creates more confusion for institutions. It blurs the lines of biology, of statutory construction, and of common sense. What's more, this rule rolls back years of advancements for women and girls in education, like my two daughters, and erodes the fundamental principles and purposes of Title IX. Egregiously, this rule goes so far as to withhold funds to schools if they do not allow students to use restrooms or locker rooms based on their proclaimed gender identity. This unprecedented rule is dangerous and is another example of the administration ignoring the will of parents, children, and local school districts, not to mention common sense and the natural laws of this world. This blatant government overreach in search of a radical social agenda rooted in moral relativism is unacceptable to me as a father and as a legislator. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution to roll back the Biden administration's ill-conceived attempt to further blur the lines between men and women. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
I rise in opposition to this resolution. We cannot allow this attempt at fear-mongering overshadow how groundbreaking this new rule is for so many students in our country. These changes provide much-needed clarification on what schools are obligated to do in cases of sexual harassment and discrimination. They strengthen the requirement for schools to respond promptly and equitably in their investigations. They also significantly strengthen protections for pregnant and parenting students. These regulations require schools to provide pregnant students with information on the school's obligations and accommodations they must offer, including voluntary leaves of absence and lactation spaces. They also explicitly prohibit discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity. As a professor of 40 years, I deeply value the role that education has in student lives. And every student deserves a quality education, free of harassment and discrimination. This final rule is an excellent step in the right direction for our students, and I'm proud to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and rise in opposition to this resolution.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
The Department of Education issued a final rule this past April. This rule is a triumph. It strengthens protections against sex-based harassment and clarifies protections for LGBTQI plus pregnant and parenting students. This rule makes significant strides in repairing the damage that the Trump administration's Title IX rule established. Under the DeVos Department of Ed, a lack of explicit protections and enforcement powers excluded many women, LGBTQ, and pregnant and parenting students from the full freedom to pursue a quality education. The Republican objection that sex discrimination should be interpreted to include sexual orientation and gender identity will tear down all of the protections that this essential rule clarifies. Let's be clear. The Title IX rule does not create new rights for LGBTQ plus students, but simply clarifies how the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Bostock v. Clayton County should be interpreted in school environments. This is a population of students in need. Currently, 83% of LGBTQ plus students, LGBTQI plus students, face victimization at school. States with laws that target LGBTQI plus students have seen the number of hate crimes quadruple in the last 5 years, or the last few years. And this is a youth population that has among the highest statistics of anxiety, depression, suicidality, and youth homelessness. It is our obligation to support these kids and defend their right to what every child in America should have: access to a high-quality education free from fear and victimization. Instead, my colleagues across the aisle have chosen to use their bully pulpit to ensure that LGBTQI plus kids do not have the same rights and freedoms as their peers. They are going out of the way to remove all the protections this rule offers through this CRA, and all to dispute the definition of a single phrase. This CRA would have disastrous consequences for countless students that saw their right to education dissolve under the Trump Title IX rule. Survivors of sexual harassment and assault will continue to face significant barriers to completing their education if this CRA comes to pass. This CRA is a roadmap not only to wipe out the entire rule, but also tie the hands of a federal agency from undertaking any federal rulemaking related to these topics. This is a cruel, dangerous, and shameful waste of this committee's time during Pride Month nonetheless. I urge opposition to the joint resolution, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. It's very disturbing to hear some of the comments that are being made about this resolution and what was done under the Trump administration. The Biden administration's rules says that men must be given access to girls' locker rooms, bathrooms, and athletic teams. By stating that schools' obligations to comply with Title IX is not alleviated by FERPA, the rule will seemingly force school districts to adopt the pernicious practice of hiding information from parents about their children's medical and emotional health. Democrats are saying that this rule doesn't affect women's sports. That's not true. While the Department of Education is sitting on a separate regulation dealing specifically with athletics, which it will presumably release after the election, the Biden administration is already working hard to rip athletic opportunities away from women and girls. This rule we're debating today includes no carve-out for athletics. The Biden administration also intervened in a court case in West Virginia in opposition to a state law ensuring that only biological women would participate in women's sports. To be clear, this rule is not about protecting LGBTQ students from sexual harassment. Title IX already does that. I'm going to repeat that. Title IX already protects LGBTQ students. As the Trump administration wrote in the preamble to its 2020 Title IX regulations, the Department of Education will not tolerate sexual harassment against any student, including LGBTQ students. No, this rule is about forcing children, their parents, and their schools to accept the left's dangerous and radical gender ideology, the left's blatant and intentional attempts to redefine our sons' and daughters' identities by questioning biology itself has already done significant harm to our children and society. It will do even more if this rule stands. The rule is also wrong legally. The Biden administration justifies its interpretation of Title IX by pointing to the Supreme Court's ruling in Bostock versus Clayton County, Bostock. However, as Mrs. Miller has already said, the Biden administration ignores the Supreme Court's own explicit warning against interpreting Bostock opinion as applying to Title IX or other civil rights laws protecting sex discrimination. In that case, the court stated, quote, "But none of these other laws are before us. We have not had the benefit of adversarial testing about the meaning of their terms, and we do not prejudge any such question today. Under Title VII, we do not purport to address bathrooms, locker rooms, or anything else of the kind." In addition, this rule violates the Supreme Court's major questions doctrine. In West Virginia versus EPA, the Supreme Court prohibited agencies from resolving questions of, quote, "vast economic and political significance," unquote, without clear statutory authorizations. There are other troubling provisions in the regulation. Hidden within the pages is an attack on the First Amendment. The rule will force students and educators to accept the left's radical anti-science views of biology or be punished. The rule's expansion of what constitutes sexual harassment will further stifle students' free speech rights. The rule strips due process rights from students accused of violating sexual harassment policies. The rule allows institutions to return to single investigator models in which one staff member serves as investigator, judge, and jury. The rule eliminates the rights of students on college campuses to a live hearing in which competing claims can be fairly evaluated, and access to evidence for the accused has been curtailed. I yield back. To H.J.165, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to.
Madam Chair, can I enter something into the record at this point? Well, I just want the
Without
record.
objection, the gentlewoman is recognized out of turn to put something in the record.
I just want to clarify something, because the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is in Virginia, ruled that policies that segregate transgender students and deny them accurate transcripts are unconstitutional and violate Title IX. And I just want to clarify that.
If the gentlewoman would like, the gentlewoman's time's expired, but the gentlewoman wants to enter that into the record.
I will enter something into the record about that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
And did we get a recorded vote on the resolution?
A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote will be later in the process. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the The committee now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R.6816 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R.6816, a bill to prohibit the availability of federal education funds for elementary and secondary schools that receive direct or indirect support from the government of the People's Republic of China.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Moran, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk titled H.6816_ANS.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6816 offered by Mr. Moran of Texas. Identifier H.6816_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Moran for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. Madam Chairwoman, I am offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 6816, the Promoting Responsible Oversight to Eliminate Communist Teachings for Our Kids Act, or the Protect Our Kids Act. H.R. 6816 will prohibit federal funding for any K-12 school that hosts a Confucius classroom or receives financial support from related entities. In past years, we've seen a rise in CCP Confucius Institutes on college campuses across this company. Disguised as institutes that teach Chinese language and culture, these CCP-funded institutes spewed propaganda to college students. Now the CCP has attempted to expand its reach into the classrooms of our children. Confucius classrooms, which are similar to Confucius Institutes, are a direct threat to our national security and have the potential to compromise both our educational systems and military capabilities. Between 2008 and 2017, Confucius classrooms increased to nearly 1,000 worldwide, including 500 within American schools. This statistic alone reveals the desire of China to infiltrate our classrooms and influence our kids. Confucius classrooms hinder academic integrity by requiring teachers to omit certain parts of Chinese history that are embarrassing to them, such as history about Tibet and Taiwan and Tiananmen Square. By prohibiting federal funding to schools that host Confucius classrooms or receive financial support from CCP-affiliated entities, the Protect Our Kids Act ensures that our children receive an unbiased education focused on American values and free from the undue influence of the CCP. It is crucial that we pass this legislation to protect our kids from external manipulation and to preserve the integrity of our educational institutions. Our children's schools should be places of learning and growth, free from foreign propaganda, especially foreign entities that seek to suppress truth and rewrite history. The Chinese Communist Party's involvement in our educational system poses a dangerous long-term threat to our values and our national security. The CCP seeks to teach our children biased, unprincipled, and damaging curriculum veiled under the guise of, quote, cultural studies and promoted only because it comes with money for the school districts. As a father of four, I know just how critical it is that our children receive a quality education in a supportive, balanced, and truthful environment. I firmly believe this legislation will safeguard the future of students across the country. In a day and age when young minds can easily be manipulated, the Protect Our Kids Act will immediately address the need to safeguard our children from targeted CCP propaganda and make certain that they are protected from foreign educational interference. We must ensure our children can learn in an environment that instills a sense of duty, self-discipline, and integrity that aligns with our nation's values and promotes success in and out of the classroom, and importantly, again, is rooted in truth. Defending our precious children is a top priority for us in Congress, and now is the time to protect our students and the future of our nation. I urge my colleagues to support the Protect Our Kids Act. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any member? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to H.R. 6816 and the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Elementary and secondary schools across the nation have been working hard to eliminate gaps left by the pandemic and support student learning. And we should be considering bills that provide children and educators with the tools they need to learn and safely and teach safely in our schools. But instead, this bill fuels culture wars and fixates on problems that do not exist. The Protect Our Kids Act attempts to put a full body cast on a paper cut. It's an overly burdensome requirement and imposes ambiguous requirements with harsh penalties. The majority has failed to provide data and evidence that proves that H.R. 6816 is necessary. My Democratic colleagues and I remain committed to ensuring elementary and secondary schools have resources to safeguard classrooms from undue foreign influence. This bill is a solution in search of a problem. There is no independently verified evidence that the Chinese government is infiltrating our elementary and secondary schools. In fact, the number of Confucius classrooms still active in the United States has decreased significantly and appears to be no more than 16. As of 2023, 111 of them closed, and according to a GAO report in the last fall, the headline is "Nearly all U.S. Confucius Institutes Closed." So I don't know why we're spending time doing this today. And interestingly, when I was in the state legislature, the biggest proponent of Confucius Institutes and Mandarin programs was a Republican. So this bill is named Protect Our Kids Act. And I want to point out that according to Everytown for Gun Safety, there have been 107 instances of gunfire on school grounds to date just in 2024, resulting in 29 deaths. Guns are a much bigger threat to American school children than Chinese language programs and cultural exchange. Yet the majority remains unwilling to address the issue of firearms in our schools or gun violence and the need to prevent it. Also, we must be careful and not take action that could be perceived as targeting Chinese-affiliated programs and individuals, something that this bill does not take care of. We've seen the result of racial profiling in higher education, including a case in which an MIT faculty member was wrongfully accused, seriously damaging his career. This sort of targeting can easily lead to harmful consequences rooted in xenophobia for innocent faculty members. Anti-Asian hate has no place in our elementary and secondary schools, in higher institutes of higher education, or in our country. We must fight against unwarranted panic and suspicion among school personnel, parents, and communities that result in increased discrimination against students and educators of Asian descent. Since the start of the COVID pandemic, Stop AAPI Hate has received notice of more than 12,000 incidents of hate driven by anti-Asian scapegoating. The work that we do here should fight against such act rather than potentially adding fuel to the fire. Our schools are not safer when we discriminate. H.R. 6816 is a misuse of the committee's time, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment and the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment and the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, I have a minute at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6816 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier H6816_AMD_001.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this bill contains potentially severe penalties for non-compliance, regardless of whether it's intentional or accidental. Bill contains no funding to assist with compliance or administrative burdens that compliance will require at the federal, state, local, and local school levels, thus making this an unfunded mandate. Significant efforts must be expended to investigate existing and new contracts to determine whether existing or potential business partners are foreign governments or foreign entities of concern, in creating and maintaining systems to keep track of all this new information and respond to inquiries. This amendment just authorizes $300 million for fiscal year 2025 and each following year to carry on the requirements of the bill. That's a modest sum. There are about 100,000 public elementary and secondary schools in America, and that would be about $3,000 per school to comply with all of these requirements. Majority likes to call us out for unfunded mandates when we propose solutions to help students and families address real problems. This harmful bill is not helping anyone and likely requires significant cost in time, money, and effort when the part of the federal government, state government, school districts, and schools to comply and avoid problems. I'd frankly like to see us deal with other problems like achievement gaps, early childhood education, what to do about the funding cliff that we're going to hit later this year when the American Rescue Plan Act money runs out. Those are problems that schools are actually dealing with. There's no evidence that the underlying bill is going to do any good, but if it's going to pass, it ought to have assistance to help people comply with all of the mandates. So I would hope we'd adopt the amendment, and I yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? I yield myself 5 minutes. The gentleman's amendment totally misses the point of the bill and rehashes a tired old strategy we've seen from the left. Spend enormous sums of taxpayer dollars and hope for the best. There are a number of problems with this amendment. For one, our bill does not require hundreds of millions of dollars to implement. It simply states that as a condition of receiving federal funds, school districts should not enter into contracts with the Chinese Communist Party. There's no good reason the Department of Education needs hundreds of millions in new spending to carry that out. Second, the amendment has no additional guidelines or restrictions on how this money may be spent. Finally, the federal government should be spending less money, not more money. The country is trillions of dollars in debt. It's our responsibility on this committee not to add to that problem. Spending more money is a tired old Democrat solution. We don't need to spend more money. School districts need to be more responsible for spending the money they already have. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Yeah, got it. Any further debate on the amendment? If not, the questions on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. We'll now move to. Oh, sorry. Okay. The gentleman asked for a roll call vote. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there further amendments in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6816? We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 8534 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5567, a bill to prohibit elementary and secondary schools from accepting funds from or entering into contracts with the government of the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Williams, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment of the desk titled H.5567_ANS.
The clerk will designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5567 offered by Mr. Williams of New York. Identifier H.5567_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Williams for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute to the Combating the Lies of Authoritarians in School Systems Act, a bill that will tackle the pervasive influence of foreign funding in our K-12 system. Only by increasing transparency in our schools' funding streams will we be able to counter malicious influence in our education. The threat that unaccountable foreign funding poses to the next generation is well documented. Adversarial countries that wish to promote their un-American values in the classrooms of our children have long abused U.S. laws that allow them to exert influence through shady financial contributions to public institutions. Recently, this has materialized in pro-Hamas rhetoric, reaching the classrooms of schools in places like New York City. Turns out, over $1 million over 3 years was sent from the Qatar Foundation International to the New York City Department of Education. Just last year, in this very committee, we heard about $17 million sent to 143 school districts and private K-12 schools nationwide from Confucius classrooms, a proxy of the Confucius Institutes, which is the CCP entity that is used to exert soft power. We cannot allow such close proximity between the Chinese Communist Party and our nation's young people. I know firsthand the evils of authoritarianism. I'm the only member of Congress that was in Tiananmen Square in May of 1989, and I spoke with student protesters there about their standing up to the oppressive Chinese Communist Party system. Just months later, dozens of those students would be massacred by their own government, along with many more. It is more important than ever that the education of our children remains free from the totalitarian lies that leads a society to this point. Our nation's students should be free to learn without the threat of foreign influence. When foreign governments line the pockets of American administrators, our children feel the impact, and our future hangs in the balance. The Class Act establishes transparency regarding contributions from foreign sources exceeding $10,000, that they be disclosed to the Secretary of Education, which shall include the name and country of origin of the foreign source, the amount of the funds, and the details of any contract entered into. I'm proud of the committee's work on this necessary issue and recommend my colleagues to vote in favor of its passage. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Congresswoman Bonamici seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word in opposition to H.R. 5567 and the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, again, runs the risk of fueling culture wars and anti-Asian sentiment while doing nothing to protect or enrich children or enhance their learning outcomes. I cannot stress this enough. There is no evidence demonstrating that public elementary and secondary schools are receiving donations from or entering into dangerous contracts with foreign sources. If school funding is an issue, we should be talking about increasing funding through ESEA Title I, for example. H.R. 5567 would impose significant administrative burdens on schools by requiring intensive monitoring and frequent disclosures. This would force school administrators to divert attention and resources away from core educational activities and priorities. The compliance requirements may overwhelm schools, particularly those with limited administrative capacity. Even unintentional noncompliance would hurt students because federal financial assistance would be stripped away, even if a mistake was unintentional. And the bill contains no funding to assist with the administrative burdens that compliance would require. Also, H.R. 5567 and the amendment in the nature of the substitute do not mention the roles of local and state agencies in enforcing the disclosure and subsequent consequences for noncompliance. Typically, those entities distribute federal financial assistance after they receive funds from the Department of Education. So this bill is an example of poorly planned legislation that, if executed, would create more problems than it solves. Schools may end partnerships or be hesitant to collaborate with foreign organizations for language and exchange programs because of fear of losing federal funding. Limiting education exchanges undermines efforts to prepare American students to navigate and contribute to a global society and a global economy. It reduces their exposure to critical international perspectives and language skills needed to succeed as they develop careers. In fact, a study by the U.S. Committee on Economic Development found that American businesses lose at least $2 billion every year because of language or cultural misunderstandings. More than 70 government agencies have reported a need for individuals with foreign language expertise. and the General Accounting Office suggested that such shortages have adversely affected agency operations, hindered U.S. military, law enforcement, intelligence, counterterrorism, and diplomatic efforts. And speaking of the GAO, I want to reiterate that according to the GAO, at the end of 2023, nearly all U.S. Confucius Institutes have closed. In short, we should be supporting partnerships that make language programs possible, not deterring them. School administrators and local leaders, not the federal government, are best equipped to determine what types of domestic and international partnerships are needed in their districts. This committee should not spend time discussing issues that hold American children back, and for these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, H.R.8647, underline AMD 001.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5567 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier H5567_AMD_001.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Madam Chair, without getting into the merits of the bill contains potentially severe penalties for noncompliance, whether it's intentional or accidental. There's no funding in the bill to help comply with the provisions of the bill, and if you're going to comply with it, significant effort may need to be expended to investigate existing and all new contracts to determine whether existing or potential business partners or foreign governments, foreign entities of concern, or creating or maintaining systems to keep track of all the new information. I mean, the bill, it says that you have to disclose contracts over $10,000 or can't do contracts over $10,000 from a foreign source. And according to the code, foreign source involves individuals who may not be citizens. Well, if what are you going to if you're going to do a construction project, get equipment or other kinds of expensive material, do you have to check the citizenship papers of the people you're doing business with? I don't know, but in any case, every school system doing business with anybody is going to have to be will have to be brought up to date on how to comply with this thing. This little money was just $3,000 per school, just like the last one I introduced, so that they would have funding to go through all these contracts and to make sure that they're not out of compliance and subject to severe penalties. I would hope we would help these school systems comply with this legislation. Otherwise, I don't know how they can possibly keep up with it. I hope you'd adopt the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. My colleague on the left has returned with the same amendment again, just spend hundreds of millions of dollars and hope for the best. As I mentioned before, this bill, like the previous bill we considered, does not request hundreds of millions of dollars to implement. It simply states that as a condition of receiving federal funds, schools should report to the Secretary of Education their contracts with foreign sources. As I've said before, there's no good reason that the Department of Education needs hundreds of millions in new spending to carry that out. Federal government's running a staggering deficit, and I wish my colleagues on the left were more concerned about that. There's simply no need for hundreds of millions in new spending. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? There being no further requests for speaking on the amendment. The vote now occurs on the gentleman from Virginia's amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Pursuant to, so the noes have it. The gentleman from Virginia requests a recorded vote. Pursuant, a roll call vote's ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5567? We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 7227 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7227, a bill to establish the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian boarding school policies in the United States and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Mr. Kiley, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk titled H.R. 7227 ANS 01.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7227 offered by Mr. Kiley of California. Identifier H.R. 7227 ANS _01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Kiley for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute for the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies Act of 2024, which would establish a Truth and Healing Commission on Indian boarding school policies in the United States to investigate, document, and report on the histories of Indian boarding schools, Indian boarding school policies, and the long-term effects of those schools and policies on Native Americans. From 1819 to 1969, tens of thousands of Indian children were taken away from their families and sent to Indian boarding schools across the United States, the majority of which were run or funded by the U.S. government. Students experienced abuse, malnutrition, and disease. They were forced to change their names, cut their hair, and were beaten for speaking their native language. These schools caused immense trauma for the students and families, some of whom never saw their children again. Some children even died. The Department of Interior has identified burial sites at 53 different schools, accounting for over 500 deaths. It is important to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again, and the way to do that is to objectively search for and show the truth. Documenting these stories will also allow survivors to share their experiences and honor those who have passed away. I'm proud to co-sponsor this legislation, and I urge its passage today. I yield back.
Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
For generations, Native American children were torn from their parents, torn from their culture, torn from their homelands, and forced into boarding schools to, quote, civilize them. Some of these children were as young as 3 years old. Today, we would call these practices torture. Congress played a role in starting these schools in 1819 when it passed the Indian Civilization Fund Act. By 1925, nearly 61,000 American Indian and Alaska Native children were forcibly taken into boarding schools. Over the course of 150 years, the United States operated over 400 boarding schools, with at least 43 in my own state of New Mexico. Our country allowed children to die in these federally funded schools, with many buried in unmarked graves. The U.S. Department of Interior found at least 53 burial sites for indigenous children across the boarding school system. It is undeniable that these events have led to intergenerational trauma within our Native communities. We are still uncovering the harm inflicted by these boarding schools, but we must continue the work to uncover the truths of this tragic and shameful chapter in our country's history. H.R. 7227 will establish a much-needed commission to formally investigate and document the stories of survivors and the human rights violations that occurred against American Indian, Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiians at these schools. I'm incredibly grateful for Sharice Davis for bringing this bill to Congress for our consideration. Last Congress, in the Natural Resources Committee, we held a hearing and listened to the survivors of the boarding schools. Their stories moved each of our hearts to tears. The committee recognized that every time the survivors have to tell their stories, they are revisiting the trauma they experienced at the boarding schools. I am grateful that the survivors are willing to move us to a place of reconciliation, even though this is a very painful process for them. They reminded us at that hearing, and they've reminded the committee, that the way you resolve historical trauma is to acknowledge it and uncover the truth. As was noted earlier, thank you very much for those statements. I'm very grateful that the Committee on Education and the Workforce has primary jurisdiction over this bill and has taken the lead to move it to markup and hopefully to the floor for a vote. I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill because our Native communities deserve a full accounting of this dark history. We are reminded, I think, as Americans, that it is always through story where we find each other. And whether that finding each other is through pain or through the power of the word and of the ability to connect with each other and understand something that is not of our own history as our own families, but it is of the history of our nation. And so I'm very grateful that we are bringing this bill to this committee for markup. I thank you, Madam Chair. I thank you, Ranking Member, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of H.R. 7227 and the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, which I'm honored to co-sponsor, represents a necessary step toward addressing longstanding injustices against Indigenous students and families under the Indian boarding school policy. We cannot undo the forced removal of Native children from their families or the horrific abuse they suffered under the federal government's assimilation agenda. Our job now is to provide the resources and support necessary to bring the victims' stories to light, to educate the public, and to facilitate healing for their descendants and for our nation. This legislation is a foundation for the work still needed to restore and revitalize Native culture and language, and to educate students on the atrocities committed against our First Peoples. Oregon has an Indian boarding school, Chemawa Indian School. It's in Salem, Oregon, and I visited many times. Over the years, the school has served Native students from across the country. I think of them and their ancestors as we move this important bill forward. I also want to thank, in addition to the bipartisan co-sponsors of this bill, our Secretary of the Interior, our former colleague Deb Haaland. I thank her for her leadership on this important issue. And thank you, Chair Fox and Ranking Member Scott, for moving this important bipartisan bill forward. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I look forward to its swift passage by the full House. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7227. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. We'll now move to consider the final bill. Committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 8649 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8649, a bill to ensure that parents are aware of foreign influence in their child's public school and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Mr. Bean, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. It's H.8649.
Underscore ANS. Yes. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8649 offered by Mr. Bean of Florida. Identifier H.8649 underscore ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Bean for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon, Education and Workforce Committee. We've all heard the phrase, there's no such thing as a free lunch. It is true. Everything comes at a price, and nothing is for free. Every dollar that flows into American classrooms from foreign countries comes with strings attached. This is particularly true for China, whose strategy is to gain a foothold in America's education system, steal personal data, and manipulate the material children are being taught. Millions of dollars of China-linked funds have flowed into America's K-12 classrooms where students are being subject to Chinese Communist Party propaganda under the guise of Chinese language and culture programming. In fact, a recent Parents Defending Education report found 143 schools across 43 states hosted a Confucius classroom or otherwise had ties with the Chinese Communist Party. But wait, there's more. The same report found that the CCP had ties to school districts near 20 military bases. China is not the only country making sizable investments in U.S. K-12 schools. Qatar Foundation has allocated $30.6 million to various schools across 12 U.S. states. What did they get for their money? A Brooklyn school omitted Israel from a classroom map in an act of anti-Semitism, instead labeling where Israel is, labeled it, all of it, Palestine. And we wonder, where does anti-Semitism come from? This blatant attempt to inject foreign ideology into our schools undermines the fundamental purpose of an American education. It goes without saying we should be teaching American values in American schools, yet this is what happens when we go after that free lunch of learning and accept the Trojan horse of foreign funding. My bill, H.R. 8649, the transparency in reporting of adversarial contributions to education, or the TRACE Act, aims to solidify the rights of parents to know how foreign influence may be impacting their child's classroom and help deter the ability of foreign nations to reach America's youth. Specifically, the TRACE Act requires that as a condition of receiving funds under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, public schools would be required to provide each parent the right to review any curricular material funded or purchased with funds from a foreign government or foreign entity of concern. The bill also guarantees parents the right to know how many personnel at their child's school are compensated by foreign sources, and any donations or financial transactions between the school and a foreign government or foreign entity of concern. The substitute amendment, and thank you for considering, Madam Chair, simply adds a 30-day timeline for school districts to respond to a parent request allowed under the bill. I believe this small change strikes the appropriate balance between providing school districts adequate time to respond to a parent request without placing an undue burden on the school district while ensuring that parents receive timely responses from the district itself. The danger of foreign influence in American K-12 schools cannot be overstated. They threaten our national security, compromise our geopolitical interests, and erode our academic freedom. American schools are for education, not espionage. We cannot allow our students the future of our great nation to be corrupted by foreign adversaries who are systematically and aggressively attempting to influence our K-12 schools across the fruited plain. Our children deserve an education that empowers them to think critically, develop their own perspectives, and become informed and engaged citizens. Allowing the CCP or other foreign propaganda to infiltrate our schools robs our children of this opportunity. Madam Chair and members, I thank you for your support and consideration of H.R. 8649, the Transparency in Reporting of Adversarial Contributions to Education Act, TRACE. Madam Chair, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. Are there members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to speak against the TRACE Act, and once again, we're marking up a bill that's a solution in search of a problem. I get a little confused about when local control is involved here, but this is not a pressing issue, foreign influence in elementary and secondary education. And I want to reiterate, as I said on the other related bills, that according to the GAO at the end of 2023, nearly all U.S. Confucius Institutes have closed. In fact, 111 of them had closed, and the number appears to be decreasing significantly, and we can find no more than 16. But instead of addressing these real challenges, the majority has offered yet another culture war bill. This bill would impose severe penalties for entire school districts for any failure to implement its requirements, whether intentional or accidental. And at the same time, the bill makes it challenging to meet these requirements. For example, it's unlikely that a single school would know about agreements or financial transactions occurring at the district level. However, the bill does not require districts to share that type of information with schools. And with respect to staff compensation, it's unclear whether the bill only applies to compensation provided by the school using funds that may be received from a foreign government or entity of concern, or whether the school would be penalized if, for example, a volunteer was being compensated by a foreign entity without the school's knowledge. The bill would also significantly broaden the information that parents could access beyond information pertaining to their own child. The General Education Provisions Act states that parents have the right to inspect instructional materials related to their child's classes. The bill also fails to provide a clear definition of a foreign country, other than a foreign country means a foreign country, and it leaves it to states, school districts, and schools to determine what this means. It provides no guidance on how to determine whether an entity should be a foreign entity of concern. Moreover, it's unclear in which instances a district or school would need to determine whether there is any involvement by a foreign government or foreign entity of concern, as well as how to make such a determination. For example, it's unclear whether every contract, new and existing, for food, tutoring, textbooks, janitorial services, trash collecting, recycling, and so on, needs to undergo such examination. And it's unclear whether such examination would need to focus on each individual employee or only key decision makers as the entity providing services. So ultimately, this bill constitutes another unfunded mandate with the potential to impose significant administrative burdens at the federal, state, and local levels. But importantly, this legislation is also likely to have a chilling effect on schools and school districts, effectively discouraging them from engaging in international and cultural exchange opportunities, because these opportunities typically require some coordination with foreign governments through their U.S. consulates. World language programs, for example, especially dual language or language immersion programs, may be forced out of schools. According to the American Councils for International Education, in 2021, there were more than 3,600 dual language or immersion programs in 44 states across the country, including more than 100 in Florida and more than 200 in North Carolina. The top languages are Spanish, Chinese, French, Japanese, and German, but there are also multiple programs in Russian, Vietnamese, Arabic, and, Madam Chairwoman, Italian. Language immersion programs likely get materials and sometimes teachers from the countries of their target languages, which makes sense. It doesn't mean that the materials and the teachers aren't vetted. This bill would create serious barriers that could doom these critically important programs. And why? Because some of my colleagues believe that maybe students are learning some communism in schools. And I mentioned in regard to one of the other bills, colleagues, that we're in a global economy. For purposes of economic development, for national security, we need and benefit from students being bilingual. So rather than protecting our next generation from a threat that doesn't exist, this bill will limit important educational opportunities and lead the next generation into an isolationist era. And Madam Chair, I just want to add too that learning another language or world language is actually very good for brain development. And if we want our students to be bilingual, which is good for them, good for their career, good for the economy, good for national security, we should not pass this bill. We should promote instead more dual language programs. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, as I will do, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you. Maybe flowing from a sense of innocence and naivety that the United States could entertain for some time safely, yet things have changed, and I think we do well to consider this legislation. The fact that China has targeted our children across the board, from their classroom to their electronic devices. Even online tutoring services are now being purchased by companies with ties to China, potentially passing along their data to the CCP. We have to concern ourselves with that. That's why I led my colleagues in a letter pressing Secretary Cardona about the dangers of these contracts and the threat China poses to our students. We've seen Confucius classrooms appear all over the country. They may change their shape or even their names, but they've appeared especially near military bases. China's boasted about their work on Confucius institutes and Confucius classrooms to further the CCP's global influence. This should be of a major concern not only to this body, but to parents and teachers as well. I appreciate my colleagues' work on this legislation, which upholds the role of parents, surprise, surprise, in their child's education, and reaffirms their right to know what is happening in their child's school. Parents have primary responsibility over the education and upbringing of their children. That's why this committee and the House passed H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. I urge my colleagues to support the TRACE Act. I applaud my colleague for presenting this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8649 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier AMD_001.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Madam Chair, this is a simple amendment similar to the others, but if you just read the bill and see what these localities have to do, the local school has to provide a written response no later than 30 days after a request comes in to respond to any donation received by the school or local education agency from a foreign country or a foreign entity of concern. First, you've got to teach everybody what foreign entity of concern means, and any contract with a foreign entity of concern. I mean, if you go on any financial transaction between a school and foreign entity of concern. I mean, if you, transaction, I guess you go online and buy something, how do you know whether or not you're dealing with a foreign entity of concern? You have to tell people, teach people, have professional development so they know how to avoid a violation of the statute. To say nothing about the staff you need, if you get a rash of these right to know, everybody's asking for different kinds of information, but asking people to figure out, of all the donations they've gotten at a bake sale, all the contracts or transactions they've made, if any of them are with a foreign entity of concern, without having significant professional development, and that doesn't come free, I think you're just asking for trouble. And I don't see how anybody can be expected to comply with this law if it passes, and I doubt if it will, without extensive professional development so that they can know what a foreign entity of concern is. I mean, you go on the internet, you don't know where these companies are located, what jurisdictions they're subject to. All you know is you went online and paid the money, and the goods showed up a few days later, or the next day possibly. But unless you know all that and can figure out, you got to respond within 30 days. You can't do that without some kind of funding, and that's what this amendment would provide. I'd hope we'd adopt it so that we're not putting these school systems in a situation where they can't comply or they'll be in violation.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? I yield myself 5 minutes. For the third time, my colleague on the left is proposing hundreds of millions of dollars in new spending, and for the third time, I must say no. Parents have a right to see the curriculum their children are being taught, and they have a right to know about any foreign influence in their schools. That's just basic common sense. It doesn't take hundreds of millions of dollars to make that happen. Given how deeply in debt the country is, I wish my colleagues on the left were more concerned with how to save more taxpayer money, not spend it. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? There being no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Mr. Scott asked for a recorded vote. A roll call vote's ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. We will now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 8534 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8534, a bill to prohibit a student athlete from being considered an employee of an institution, a conference, or an association based on participation in certain intercollegiate athletics.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek recognition? Mr. Good, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk titled H.R. 8534, Amendment of Nature of Substitute.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8534 offered by Mr. Good of Virginia, identifier H.R.8534_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Good for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute for my legislation, the Protecting Student Athletes Economic Freedom Act. This bill simply states that a student athlete may not be considered an employee of an institution, conference, or association. This is likely a common sense issue for most Americans. Recently, student athletes have won new freedoms to negotiate name, image, and likeness deals, or NILs, and the opportunity to receive cash compensation in exchange for their advertising, marketing, and promotional appeal. They also have new flexibility to transfer institutions for any reason without penalty, and many of them are offered generous cash benefits on top of the scholarships that cover the cost, along with the opportunity to compete in the sport they love. But being classified as an employee would limit those benefits. While employment status might initially sound like a way to get more benefits, I sincerely believe that student athletes don't want the consequences: union dues, employment contracts, altered relationships with coaches, and the inability to be regular students. The reality is that only about 2% of college student athletes will go pro in their respective sport. The rest will go pro in something else, whether business, medicine, education, engineering, or what have you. Universities or conference employment status would serve to take the focus off their education and have unintended negative consequences. Unfortunately, the Biden administration's NLRB continues to serve as the action arm for big labor and makes this legislation necessary to preserve athletics opportunities for students. Earlier this year, the unelected bureaucrats of the NLRB deemed the men's basketball team at Dartmouth College to be employees. Meanwhile, the NLRB General Counsel is claiming that the NCAA and the Pac-12 Conference are joint employers of student athletes. If left unchecked, these unprecedented decisions will expose institutions to massive new liabilities and much higher costs to maintain a college athletics program. Colleges have hundreds of student athletes, half of whom are women, and many of whom are minorities, who do not compete in the high-profile, revenue-producing sports of football and men's basketball. College athletics have a myriad of benefits for universities and student athletes, and a well-found historic place in American culture. They are the primary marketing tool for a university and the greatest branding tool. College athletics unite a campus, a community, and an alumni base around a common cause. Lower-income student athletes have much more incentive and opportunity to pursue a college education because of college athletics programs. Student athletes have greater retention and graduation rates and achieve a higher GPA on average than the general student population, despite the misperception of many uninformed critics. Athletics help shape the personal disciplines and character qualities that are essential to non-athletics life success. Things like sacrifice, perseverance, determination, denied gratification, teamwork, being part of something bigger than oneself, and taking joy in the success of others. Classification of student athletes as employees will put at risk those opportunities for thousands of participants across the country. It'll be much more expensive to fund and maintain sports like soccer, track, wrestling, not to mention women's athletic programs overall. Colleges would have to hire more administrators in order to handle the surge in the number of newly classified employees. The cost of full salary and benefits for student athletes would almost certainly mean that men's and women's athletic programs that don't generate revenue would be eliminated. Yet one more way that the NLRB policy would harm student athletes. I was fortunate to wrestle at my alma mater, Liberty University, when I was a student there, and years later I returned to my alma mater to serve as the Senior Associate Athletic Director with administrative responsibilities for my very sport that I participated in. Given my experience on both sides of this issue as a college student athlete as well as an administrator, I know that the majority of student athletes in schools will be severely harmed by the NLRB's proposed change. But I suppose Biden's NLRB would be satisfied if there was even one more unionized employee, even if it meant thousands fewer student athletes. I believe we can find ways to protect the interests of student athletes and their universities without distorting the historic, mutually beneficial relationship and changing the fundamental nature of college athletics. So I urge support for H.R. 8534, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to H.R. 8534.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Frankly, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, although it's called the Protecting Student Athletes Economic Freedom Act, the only freedom the bill protects is the Republicans' freedom to strip the varsity athletes from their rights under fundamental labor and employment statutes. H.R. 8534 would exclude all current and former, quote, student athletes from being determined under federal or state law to be employees, would prohibit them from being considered employees of an institution of higher education or collegiate athletic body based on their participation in a varsity sport. Madam Chair, there are a lot of issues involved in this, and I think it's premature to start legislating. There are issues we're dealing with, like name, image, and likeness, workers' comp. There are significant burdens on time and whether or not they can be paid, if so, how much. Instead of letting legal experts conduct thorough investigations and apply long-standing precedent and tests to determine whether student athletes meet the definition of employee under specific labor laws, the majority is jumping the gun and gutting college players' labor and employment protections before we even know that any of them meet the definition of employee. Beyond the purported purpose of the legislation, the text is riddled with various technical issues. One in particular is the bill does not limit its exclusion to actual students who participate in varsity sports. This does nothing to address any issues many college athletes face. Certain college athletes reported spending 40 hours or more a week on their sport, which does not include the time they spent in their academics or extracurriculars. Additionally, college athletes have spoken out in the past about control institutions imposed on their lives off the field, such as being fingerprinted for daily meal attendance, mandatory or repeated hydration tests and weigh-ins, as well as having other students who are hired and paid by the school tracking class attendance. Moreover, student athletes report the demands of college sports interfere with their ability to pursue the major of their choice or reschedule their sports activities around their classes. Instead of working to address these challenges and improve the conditions of college athletes across the country, the committee is advancing a broad federal or state carve-out of labor protections like safety and health standards and workers' compensation. As of this morning, several organizations have come out against the bill, including the AFL-CIO, the American Association of Justice, the College Football Players Association, National College Players Association, and the SEIU, and the athletics organization, the Athletics Bureau, asking unanimous consent to enter their letters and statements, ask unanimous consent that we enter those letters and statements into the record.
No objection.
I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Thompson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word. I want to voice my strong support for H.R. 8534, which would help protect student athletes at every institution across the country from those who are aiming to limit or decrease their educational and athletic opportunities. As we've heard at a joint subcommittee hearing earlier this year, the ramifications of the National Labor Relations Board decision to classify Dartmouth College's men's basketball players as employees are vast. I'm in the unique position of representing institutions of all sizes in the Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District, ranging from large Division I programs to Division III institutions and everything in between. As I have said before, while there are many differences between these institutions, what remains consistent across them is the profound concern and opposition with reclassifying student athletes as employees. These concerns have come from faculty, staff, administrators, and perhaps most importantly, the student athletes themselves. The cornerstone of college athletics has always been the ability for individuals to earn a college degree while participating in varsity sports. A college degree offers students the skills and the knowledge to succeed in their careers beyond athletics. Yet, the National Labor Relations Board threatens these opportunities for young men and women across the country. We've heard that drastic cuts will be necessary if this decision is allowed to stand and is implemented at other institutions. These cuts will be particularly pronounced at smaller institutions, many of whom already struggle to finance athletic programs. Now, I'm proud to support this legislation before us today that will protect student freedom, women's sports, and educational opportunities for all student athletes. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Walbrook for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 8534 is common sense legislation that pushes back against the NLRB and their bid to classify student athletes as employees to their detriment. Earlier this year, the Energy and Commerce Committee held a hearing with the NCAA commissioner as well as student athletes, including Kiki Thole, a softball player from the University of Michigan, also home to the undefeated national champion Wolverine football team. I might mention. During the hearing, we heard from Kiki how concerning and problematic employment status for student athletes would be, especially what implications employment status would have for non-revenue Olympic and women's sports. Let's be realistic. If student athletes are deemed employees, many schools will cut non-revenue sports, which are primarily women's and Olympic sports. This hurts not only our Olympic pipeline, but more importantly cuts off an avenue for students to achieve an affordable education, especially women. All of us have heard stories from constituents about the rising cost of college and how more and more American students are struggling to find a path to achieve a college education. College athletics provide a way for young adults to chase their athletic dreams while simultaneously achieving a college education. This is something that is unique to America. We've already seen a globalization of collegiate sports with American students I have no idea how to turn my colleague's phone off. I hope it was support coming in for this bill. Again, we've already seen a globalization of collegiate sports with American students, athletes, having to compete against the world for coveted athletic scholarship. In my view, efforts to turn student athletes into employees will only amplify this issue. By limiting the number of sports available at colleges and universities and putting more pressure on athletic departments to recruit the most premier athletes from around the world for limited spots. Protecting student athletes' status as students, not employees, is vital for preserving athletic and educational opportunities. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8534, and I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Allen for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word. The Biden National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, is attempting to expand its authority and force student athletes into employee status and unionization. Classifying student athletes as employees fundamentally alters the distinctive and valuable experience of being a student athlete. Collegiate athletics offer students invaluable lessons in teamwork, discipline, and time management, while also fostering lifelong relationships with their teammates. Should student athletes be classified as employees, it would restrict student freedom, lower educational standards, and reduce athletic opportunities for future athletes. As discussed during yesterday's committee hearing, the National Labor Relations Board has continued to overstep and in its efforts to classify student athletes as employees is no exception. Employee status and unionization of student athletes will increase the cost of collegiate athletics, and smaller schools will not be able to afford to pay these students. Schools will be forced to cut sports, and the first sports to be cut would be the non-revenue generating sports, such as women's sports, women's tennis, golf, swimming, and so forth. This will take away opportunities for thousands of women across the country who worked hard to pursue their dream of playing college sports. If students become employees, the question becomes, can a student athlete be fired for poor on-field performance? Will they have to pay into insurance plans? Will they be taxed for their athletic scholarships? Are they required to pay union dues? Georgia is a right-to-work state. You do not have to pay union dues and keep your job. My home state of Georgia. Making student-athlete employees will place undue burdens on student-athletes who should be focused on their degrees and performance on the field. We must protect these students and ensure that future generations will be afforded the same opportunities to play college sports. That is why I am a proud original co-sponsor of Congressman Good's Protecting Student-Athletes Economic Freedom Act, which will ensure that a student-athlete may not be considered an employee of an institution, conference, or association. I will continue to work to protect our current and future student-athletes. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. The question is on the amendment. I'm sorry. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8534? The question is on the amendment by Mr. Good from State of Virginia. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares a committee. Oh. What's that? I'm sorry. Mr. Scott has asked for a roll call vote. A vote is ordered pursuant to the previous chair announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares a committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We will plan to reconvene promptly at 3:15. Thank you. So the committee now stands in recess. Okay, thanks. Oh, that's good. Moving parts. That's good.
I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 618 and recognize Mr. Wahlberg.
I move the committee, Madam Chair, on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 618 to the House of Representatives as amended and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 618 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 618.
No, next page. We agreed to it without a...
Well, I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 8606 as amended and recognize Mr. Wilson.
I looked to him and he did not. Oh, H.R. 6. All right. I think we may want to motion to report. We may want to roll call vote on that just because we have to have roll call for the floor. Usually, Mr. Scott asks.
We always roll call every motion to report.
Well, exactly. I looked to him. He's the ranking member. You can make the motion. Well, we will do so in order to protect our ability to move it without a vote on the floor. All right, one moment here.
All right.
Just.
Okay.
Madam Chairwoman, I request a roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
H.R. 618
on H.R. 618.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Parliamentary inquiry. This is a motion to report, right?
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Lutlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes yes. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Gahalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes yes. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Desaulnier.
Aye.
Mr. Desaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
Would the clerk call the names of any members who are not shown as recorded?
Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Comer, Ms. Letlow, Mr. Grijalva, Ms. Wilson, Mr. Norcross, Ms. Jayapal, Mr. Bowman.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 36 yeas and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 618 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 8606 as amended and recognize Mr. Wilson.
I move the Committee on Education Workforce report the bill H.R. 8606 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 8606 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. The ranking member requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Aye. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Aye. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Stefanik. Mr. Allen. Mr. Banks. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Reamer. Ms. Chavez-Reamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Saban. Mr. Saban votes aye. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Desaulnier. Mr. Desaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
How is Ms. Wilson recorded?
Ms. Wilson is not recorded.
Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes yes.
How is Ms. Stefanik recorded?
Ms. Stefanik is not recorded. Ms. Stefanik votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 40 yeas and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. H.R. 8606 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now be voting on 2 amendments to the bill, H.R. 8648. The amendment offered by Mr. Scott VA _ 028. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? No. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Saban? Mr. Saban votes yes. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Cano? Mr. Cano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman?
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 16 yeas and 24 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The second amendment is the amendment offered by Mrs. Manning, MANNIN _ 061. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? No. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Mr. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Saban? Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Cano? Mr. Cano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Sablon.
How is Mr. Sablon recorded?
Mr. Sablon is not recorded. Mr. Sablon votes yes.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 16 yeas and 23 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We'll now be voting on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8648. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 8648 as amended and recognize Mrs. Chavez DeRemer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 8648 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 8648 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote is, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Aye. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Saban. Mr. Saban votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Wanamichi. Ms. Wanamichi votes no. Mr. Chicano. Mr. Chicano votes nay. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 25 yeas and 15 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 8648 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the resolution H.J.Res.165 and recognize Mrs. Miller.
I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the resolution H.J. Res. 165 to the House of Representatives, and with the recommendation that the resolution be agreed to and the resolution do pass.
Madam Chair, just for the record, I think I asked for a recorded vote on the previous motion, so I want to withdraw that request.
The gentleman, with unanimous consent, the gentleman's request is withdrawn.
Yeah, that's the motion.
The vote will now be on the motion by Ms. Miller, and the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Stefanik? Mr. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Ms. Chavez-Reamer? Ms. Chavez-Reamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott?
No.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Gahalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Saban? Mr. Saban votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes nay. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman?
How is Mr. Moran listed?
Mr. Moran is not recorded. Mr. Moran votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 24 yeas and 16 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.J.Res. 165 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now be voting on one amendment to the bill, H.R.6816. The amendment offered by Mr. Scott, H.6816 _AMD_001. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Chavez-Reamer? Ms. Chavez-Reamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Gahalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes yes. Mr. Saban? Mr. Saban votes yes. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Kano? Mr. Kano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 16 yeas and 24 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. We'll now be voting on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6816. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 6816 as amended and recognize Mr. Moran.
Madam Chairwoman, I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 6816 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 6816 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes yes. Mr. Good votes yes. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes yes. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes yes. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes yes. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Reamer. Ms. Chavez-Reamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes yes. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes yes. Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Asanier. Mr. Asanier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
How is Mr. Grothman recorded?
Mr. Grothman is recorded as a nay. Mr. Grothman changes his vote to yes.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 25 yeas and 15 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. H.R. 6816 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We will now be voting on one amendment to the bill, H.R. 5567, the amendment offered by Mr. Scott, H.5667 _AMD _001. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes no, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes no, Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no, Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no, Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no, Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no, Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no, Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes no, Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes no, Ms. Miller. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes no, Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes no, Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no, Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no, Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes no, Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no, Mr. Moran. Ms. Chavez-DeReamer. Ms. Chavez-DeReamer votes no, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no, Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes no, Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes yes, Mr. Gahalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes yes, Mr. Saban. Mr. Saban votes yes, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes yes, Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes yes, Mr. Decano. Mr. Decano votes aye, Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye, Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes aye, Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye, Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye, Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye, Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes aye, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye, Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye, Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye, Mr. Bowman.
How is Ms. Steele recorded?
Ms. Steele is recorded as a nay.
Is there anyone who is not recorded?
Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Miller.
How is Ms. Miller recorded?
Ms. Miller is not
No.
recorded. Ms. Miller votes no.
I can do it next time. People hate it because you got to be there.
They don't like
At the beginning. Well, some people love it because it goes so fast.
Is Mr. Moran recorded?
How is Mr. Moran recorded?
Mr. Moran is not recorded. Mr. Moran votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 16 yeas and 24 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We'll now be voting on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5567. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 5567 as amended and recognize Mr. Williams.
Madam Chair, I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 5567 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 5567 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. The ranking member requests a recorded vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Saban. Mr. Saban votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes nay. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Van. Mr. Van votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 23 yeas and 16 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. H.R. 5567 is ordered reported. The House of Representatives, the chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 7227 as amended and recognize Mr. Kiley.
I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 7227 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 7227 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote or roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Stefanik. Mr. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Saban. Mr. Saban votes aye. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes yes. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes yes. Mr. Bowman.
That machine down there in front of Georgie is flashing her light right in my eyes. We need to move it just a little bit. It's a reflection. Can you see it? The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 34 yeas and 4 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 7227 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical conforming changes to the bill as amended. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now be voting on one amendment to the bill, H.R.8649, the amendment offered by Mr. Scott, AMD_001. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Stefanik. Mr. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Saban. Mr. Saban votes yes. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
Clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 16 yeas and 23 nays.
The amendment's not adopted. We'll now be voting on the amendment in nature of a substitute, H.R. 8649, as amended. All in favor say yes. Aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 8649 as amended and recognize Mr. Bean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 8649 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of substitute as amended, and with the recommendation the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
Question now occurs on reporting H.R. 8649 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye, Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye, Mr. Gothman. Mr. Gothman votes aye, Mr. Stefanik. Mr. Stefanik votes aye, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye, Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes, Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes, Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye, Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye, Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye, Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye, Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes, Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye, Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye, Ms. Letlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye, Mr. Bean. Yes. Mr. Bean votes yes, Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye, Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye, Ms. Chavez-Reamer. Ms. Chavez-Reamer votes aye, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye, Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye, Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no, Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no, Mr. Saban. Mr. Saban votes no, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes no, Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no, Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes nay, Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no, Mr. Desaulnier. Mr. Desaulnier votes no, Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes no, Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no, Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no, Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no, Ms. Sledger-Fernandez. Ms. Sledger-Fernandez votes no, Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes no, Mr. Mavan. Mr. Mavan votes no, Mr. Bowman.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 23 yeas and 16 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 8649 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent the staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 85.
Madam Chair, I believe I have a pending request for a recorded vote on the amendment in nature of a substitute, which I ask unanimous consent to withdraw.
So ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 8534 as amended and recognize Mr. Good.
Madam Chair, I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 8534 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and with the recommendation the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 8534 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye, Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye, Mr. Gothman. Mr. Gothman votes aye, Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye, Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes, Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes, Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes yes, Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye, Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye, Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye, Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes, Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes yes, Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye, Ms. Letlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye, Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye, Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye, Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye, Ms. Chavez-Reamer. Ms. Chavez-Reamer votes aye, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye, Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye, Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Cahalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes no. Mr. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes nay. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes nay. Mr. Desaulnier. Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 23 yeas and 16 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. H.R. 8534 is ordered, reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, any members who wish to insert materials into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. If there is no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.